Entire man caves dedicated to retro games.
I am late. I am late. Fuck, am I late? I am late. Look at that. I am very late. Okay. uh, you know, it is what it is. However, hello everybody who is gonna come to the stream. Well, I am late. I am super late. I am super duper ultra duper late. Due to the fact that due to the fact that somebody, didn't keep their promise with, being at home in time, which wasn't the case, unfortunately. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. However, we're gonna have our reaction stream, obviously, today. Let me just really quickly make a thumbnail, because I need one. I need one for, a reaction video that I'm gonna upload. Which just is the case. So yeah, anyways, today was just a regular day. Also, we reached 670 subs, so that's nice. That's a cool achievement today. However, yeah, how do I call this? That is, okay. Thumbnail is almost ready. But yeah, it feels disgusting to start late. I don't know if I should do a little overtime. I don't know. That is the wrong one. So yeah. Okay, let me really quick do that thumbnail. Okay, perfect. Thumbnail is ready. Need to make the description real quick. Again, I'm sorry that I'm doing this right now on stream. I wouldn't usually do that. However, I am a little dummy, so yeah. Again, sorry. Again, very sorry. Very sorry. Let me do this. Let me change the description of the video. This. Alright, perfect. We got this. Okay, so when we look at the reaction stuff, I got a couple of videos. Let me switch the scene really quick. This is too loud for my poor ears. This is a bit too loud for my poor ears. I need to switch over here. We're gonna close this. We're gonna close this. And let me take a look at how this looks. Let me switch over to reactions. Why does this look the way it does? Why is it so huge? Oh, I see why. I know why it is so huge. This is ginormous. Not me. That thing. It's still too huge, I think. A little bit. A little bit. Okay, this works. Good, we got this done. Okay, screen is kind of fixed. Let me take a look at how this looks if I just zoom in a little bit. Go full screen, let me check how that looks. That looks a-okay. Okay, good. Good. Okay. We got this, we got this. Alrighty then. Yeah. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back. Okay, I got this one. I can't see chat, which is a little annoying. I don't want that. Okay, now we should be fine. Yay! Okay. I am late to the party. I am late, a little late, but yeah, maybe I'll go a little overtime due to the fact that I didn't make it in time. Okay, so this video, let me zoom out real quick so you guys can see from who this is. This is why is Gen Z so wait, brain not functioning. Why is Gen Z obsessed with nostalgia by Cole Hastings? I think I reacted to a Cole Hastings video before. I could be wrong, but I think I did. I think I could be wrong, but I think I did. So very simple. Why is Gen Z obsessed with nostalgia? I would not even like call this nostalgia, because like when I look at this nostalgia, I think of like reminiscing of a like a past time or like a past experience, and like putting it like in a positive light, even if it wasn't that like something that is like super special or super positive. How would I put this? I think Gen Z's problem, and I do consider there's a difference where I would make like there's like a difference in like age. Do early Zoomers experience this kind of nostalgia that he's probably going to talk about? Sure. Are late Zoomers going to like have the hello Chanel, how are you doing? Are late Zoomers are late Zoomers experiencing the same nostalgia as early Zoomers? I don't think so. I think that the nostalgia that like late Zoomers experience is more like a technology burnout, as I would consider it. That is what I would say. It's more like a technology burnout. As for me, I would consider 2001 late Zoomer, early Zoomer, because I experienced a time without like the internet still. I would say that yeah, I am kind of obsessed with nostalgia, because like when we look at video games, for example, all the video games were just better. When I was 10 years old, all the video games were just better. They just were better. And like music was also better. Like a lot of things were better. So yeah, let's see what Cole Hastings is gonna talk about. So yeah, let's get into it. You tell me if stuff is gonna be too loud or not or whatever. Let me do this. I think this might be good. Nice. Let me jump in. And yeah, let's go.
Entire man caves dedicated to retro games. A 30th anniversary limited edition PS5 Pro with an old school design coming in November, and a single Pokemon card that's...
That PlayStation was gone immediately. Straight up immediately. And the scalpers went absolutely insane. And I've said it before, I think I've said it before what I think of scalpers. They are the lowest of the low. They are cockroaches, because like you just have to look at like the PlayStation 5 Pro in that design. If like the PlayStation 5 Pro did release in that design, I don't know. $5,000 and up. And like same goes for the controller, by the way. So yeah.
Sold for over $5 million. What do all these things have in common? A heavy infatuation with nostalgia. Millennials and Gen Z cannot get enough of items that remind them of their past, when times were simpler and your biggest worries consisted of what movie you would be renting from Blockbuster.
again, I do not consider this I don't think like the 12-year-old or 13 or 15-year-old Zoomer is like reminiscing over like past time. I think this is like a thing from like 1995 to 2003. I would say I have a younger brother who's like from 2000, who was born in 2004, and he's basically like he's like a full-on Zoomer, and I'm acting more like a millennial, if anything. Like a mix between like like a zillennial, if that makes sense.
That weekend. Nostalgia has always been a powerful force for marketing new products, but never has it reached a level of obsession as it has with today's younger generations. So let's rewind the clock and explore the concept of nostalgia, why it's so influential, and why this fixation on the past could cause serious problems for our future. What exactly is nostalgia anyways? To some it might be the warm feeling you get when reminiscing on your youth. To others it might feel like regret from not realizing what you had until it's gone. But the most accurate definition would probably combine both of these experiences. The term nostalgia actually comes from the Greek words nostos, which means a desire to return home, and algos, which means pain. It is an oxymoron of feelings, like a fire that can both comfort you and burn you depending on how close you get to it. And there's an important reason why it exists in all of us. Christine Baccio, a psychology professor at Lemoyne College.
Goddamn, we went straight up into a like explanation of the word. Okay.
has been studying nostalgia since the 1990s. It's even led her to develop a nostalgia inventory that assesses how prone you are to nostalgia. She's discussed her findings with a couple different outlets that you can find online now, like the American Psychological Association and the National Geographic, and in those posts, she highlights the importance of nostalgia from an evolutionary perspective. One of the biggest reasons we feel nostalgia is because it helps to unite a sense of who we are and our identities over time. Who we consider ourselves to be can change so much even over
Maybe. Maybe. Kinda. I mean, if you think like about the past and like you look at yourself and how like you look back at who you were, and like if you're like now in like a bad spot and you look like back and you realize that, like, I don't know, maybe you can go back to that. I don't know, maybe.
over the course of just a few years, and this subconsciously terrifies us. Humans naturally want to be in control of their surroundings, and especially themselves, and by inducing nostalgia within us, our brains help to remind us of who we have been and compare that to who we are today to look for continuity, because continuity in our identity signals some sort of control. The added benefit of this is that it also influences us to increase our authenticity. By reminiscing on our youth with admiration, we realign with our childlike confidence to be who we truly were before the world told us who we were. Nostalgia is also an extremely social emotion because it helps connect us to other people. I'm sure many young people watching this can feel the sense of community that comes from.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you like talk about like your favorite video game, other might have like the same feelings toward the video game. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Watching Instagram reels or TikToks that depict what life was like in the 2000s or even early 2010s and reading all the comments about where the time has gone and how
I still have an old TV like that. I don't know if that TV is still functional, probably. Though I don't know if the bigger one is actually functional. I know that the smaller one is probably functional, but the bigger one, I don't know. But yeah, I still have like these big TVs.
how they wish they could be transported back to that time period. And God only knows the things I would do just to hear a Modern Warfare 2 lobby in my cheap $20 headset one more time.
Yeah. I think there's anything nostalgic about, you know, hearing slurs through your like cheap headset. I don't know. I don't know. Probably.
Nostalgia is part of what bonds us to the most important people and memories in our lives. Without those memories, we'd never know where those bonds came from, and this can actually act as a great boost to our well-being, according to research. But the positive benefits of nostalgia actually don't stop there. Research has also found that nostalgia can boost inspiration and creativity, make us feel more youthful, alert, optimistic, and energetic, and even encourage us to take risks and pursue our goals. It's clear that nostalgia for our past is
like I said, you can you look like back at who you were and like who you could be again, and like, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Let's say it makes
for making
sense.
us want to continue on in this life. When we can look back at how far we've come and appreciate the journey, even though that appreciation will most likely come with the ever-looming knowing that you'll never be able to relive those memories again, that is when nostalgia acts as a positive force for change. But the problem arises when you're stuck in a singular phase of nostalgia, the phase that is most closely associated with that ever-looming knowing.
Now make all your cakes extra special.
You can get 12 fascinating issues of Zoobook.
Chef Boyardee. Boy.
I do have to say, I'll be real. I do have to say, ads back then were much better. Like, I look at, like, I put like an old like VHS like into my video recorder, whatever you want to call it. And like I play that thing, and like there's also ads recorded on it. Like, and their ads were like insane. The quality of those ads were insane. Like, the ads themselves were like fun to watch. Today they're more like annoying, but back then they were like really like funny even, and like entertaining.
Boy, this stuff is good.
Do you want the taste of mother's warm cooking on a cold winter's night, just like when you were a kid? Well, it all comes down to recreating that signature taste. So allow me to prepare a delicious home-cooked meal for you while explaining the sponsor of today's video, Graza.
Of course,
Graza
it's
is the
sponsored.
highest quality olive oil at an affordable everyday price. It comes from a single origin in Jaén, Spain.
You know how I referred to nostalgia as an evolutionary process? Yeah, well, unfortunately that means nostalgia also comes pre-installed with a bit of delusion to help us survive. You may have heard of the term looking through...
I've never heard it being said like that. Nostalgia comes pre-installed with a little bit of delusion. That is pretty good, actually. That is pretty good.
Rose-colored glasses before, and that's exactly what nostalgia is most of the time. When our brains recall past memories, they purposefully leave out most of the negative experiences of that memory as a means of survival. A good example of this is why you might think of a previous relationship that ended in brutal heartbreak with tender fondness. If you saw your past relationship for more of what it actually was, a never-ending string of arguments and disagreements, you may not have the optimism to try for love again, or even life in general. Sometimes it is the case that past memories of things like relationships are so bad that you become permanently turned off from the idea of pursuing another one. But more often than not, especially a few months post-breakup, our brain starts to conjure up a romanticized...
That's me. Not the romanticized version, but the guy that no longer wants to try because shit is scary.
version of what life was like during that time with that person as a means to motivate us to keep moving forward. Yes, the past is often not as good as we thought it was, but...
I guess I was both. However, we never had fights or anything, so like, kind of not romanticized, because like this happened out of nowhere.
What happens when your present reality has no evidence that things are going to get better anytime soon? Well, that's when you start heavily relying on escaping to this romanticized past. And can you guess when this has been most apparent in recent years? 2020, of course. A study in 2022 was conducted to show the relationship between nostalgic media use, escapism, and well-being during the COVID-19 pandemic. And they concluded that nostalgic media usage did increase during the pandemic, was positively associated with fear of isolation, and that it was related to both functional and dysfunctional escapism. Nostalgia is one of the most...
I'll be real. When others struggled during like the pandemic, I was thriving. Grades got better. I got more time for myself. I finally started losing weight. Like it was crazy. It was crazy. You cannot tell me that. At least for some people, it did certainly have a positive effect. Certainly. And like it, because it really changed nothing. Like I was spent most of my days at home during like 2020, and like before that already. So like it didn't make much of a difference.
Most influential ways in which we cope with social isolation and disconnectedness, because it helps with that identity continuity that I referenced
I did not have
earlier.
that.
When the world stopped and the young generations were no longer capable of maturing into adulthood like generations past, they looked to the past to confirm the continuation of their identity. Now,
I'm gonna be honest. Most adults aren't adults. Most adults are grown-up children most of the time. Like I've seen 35-year-old boys and like 35-year-old girls. Like you no. I think nowadays, like even without the pandemic, you don't really like. A lot of people don't really grow up. Cause like, what makes somebody grow up? I would say it's taking responsibility for someone other than yourself. I think is what makes somebody like grow up.
not only that, but by escaping to a time period where a crisis as heavy as COVID wasn't going on, they could cope with the disastrous
Which is why I never really felt like I had a childhood, because I had to grow up super fast and I had to take responsibility for others.
effects it was having on the world. And this is where the problem of too much nostalgia starts to come to light, when it is no longer motivating you to create a better future, but rather convinces you that the only good future lies in the past. Consumer Insights platform found that Gen Z are the most nostalgic, with 15% feeling that they'd prefer to think about the past rather than the future. Millennials aren't much further behind at 14%, and the preference continues to taper off with age. Gen Z and millennials are driving nostalgia in the media too. Gen Z are in the lead again, with 50% of this generation feeling nostalgic for types of media, followed by 47% of millennials. So although every generation has nostalgia for their adolescent years, it's really Gen Z that is driving the trend today. And
Because most modern media today sucks. Look at Ubisoft. It sucks. Look at Star Wars. It sucks. Look at Sony. A lot of it sucks. Look at TV shows. A lot of it sucks. Like, when you look at media, like look at the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 sucks. It doesn't have any games on it. Like I said, there's a reason for that nostalgia. Everything sucks. Marvel sucks. DC, kinda okayish. It's kinda an okayish spot, but it's also certainly going that way.
the reason why this shouldn't be surprising, especially if you are Gen Z. The pandemic disrupted our early development, the way we interact with each other at both school and our jobs, and sped up every form of wealth inequality. All natural disasters and crises, on top of COVID, are now being broadcast through social media and other mainstream media sources, causing an onslaught of negative information overload. So for the younger generations, a time that appeared to be simpler, calmer, full of more joy.
Would I say there's a negative, like, information overload? Yes. Is that due to, like, the pandemic? No. I would say it's due to the fact that negative news and, like, negative information gets the most attention. There is a reason why when you turn on the TV and you look like at any news show, for example here in Germany, they only report on the negative stuff. There is nothing positive. Only negative. The negativity is pushed already. Like, this didn't just happen like during like the pandemic. This happened like before that already.
and less technology is a refuge for
You could say that the consumption of negative information was exacerbated because of the pandemic. I would agree with that.
a bleak present and potential future. But here's where it gets really interesting. What GWI also found is that a third of Gen Z are nostalgic for the 90s, despite the majority being born in the 2000s. And this is where I would like to introduce a new form of nostalgia that I haven't yet addressed: historical nostalgia. Unlike personal nostalgia, which is a longing for or feeling good about aspects of your life that you've already lived through and have stored in your memory, historical nostalgia is oriented towards nostalgia for history and society over the years, even if you've never lived in that time period. One of the most concrete examples of how this phenomenon of historical nostalgia plays
I consider this to be technology burnout. I think that actually describes it really well, because consider this. A lot of Zoomers reminisce about the 90s. Why is that? Because the 90s were simpler.
plays out
At least that's
is
my
in
opinion.
old music, and more specifically, Japanese 80s city pop. I'm a huge fan of this type of music, and I'll often spend hours playing it in the background depending on what I'm working on. And on almost every one of these videos on YouTube that are a Japanese city pop playlist, you're bound to find a comment that goes something along the lines of, "This brings back nostalgia for a time I never experienced." Young people often go so far into this that they can create entirely fake memories of them living and enjoying their lives in the 80s without having ever actually experienced it before. As a British kid born in 2004, this really reminds me of strutting down the streets in Shinjuku in 1982 with my childhood sweetheart Sakura Momoka. We went to the city for a date and had the best udon of our lives. The present moment has gotten so
Why did he read that extra British? That's interesting.
unbearable for a lot of Gen Z that they're not even looking at the past with rose-colored glasses. They're looking at the past with alternate reality glasses. Because of economic hardships, technology, uncertainty, and a disdain for the present, I highly doubt that historical nostalgia in this way was as prominent in the past as it is today. As humans, we've always had a knack for escaping to and creating fantasy worlds, but consumerism has allowed us to make those escapism dreams into more of a reality. And companies are starting to tap into this psychological phenomenon in droves.
You can just literally look at games, and I have my cat is sneezing. That's interesting. Bro, you good? When I look at for example games today, the reason why people have started to play older games, first of all, the modern games aren't good. I think it's more like an anime boy's wet dream. Yeah, also true. Yeah, that could also be it. What was I trying to say? Thank you for the sub. What happened? Who is that? I can't see it. Let me look. Sephoria Duta? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I can perfectly pronounce it. Anyways, what I was trying to say. Now I forgot the thought. See, now I forgot the thought. Your cat sneezed today too. Yeah. Great. Now I forgot the thought. Anyways, yeah, I completely forgot it. Continue. Maybe I'll think about it again.
All the largest brands in the world now have entire teams of psychologists and marketers who acutely understand the power of nostalgia and are using it to fuel.
Yeah, when it comes to video games, I think when I got annoyed with what burnout of video games was when the PlayStation 3 came around and we were pushing more and more for realistic graphics. That eventually did not feel like I was escaping reality, but I was just constantly I wasn't even able to free myself from reality and just shut off, because the games look super realistic. And the PlayStation 3 didn't have super realistic, but I think that's when it started with the PlayStation 4, and then obviously now with the 5. Yeah, that's when it got a problem for me.
Their commodity campaigns. A study by consulting firm Kantar found 52% of 12 to 29-year-old consumers prefer classic brands. 81% of those young consumers also said they like it when brands bring back products and trends from their childhood. How is this playing itself out? Well, apart from the examples that I gave in the intro, other brands are now dipping their feet into the retro era selling point. Pepsi recently updated their logo to a style that was first unveiled in the 1970s.
Well, there's a good reason why people why it makes sense. I mean, look at Nintendo. There's a reason there's a lot of remakes. There's a reason there's a lot of remasters. There is a reason why we get like mini consoles for like the Super Nintendo Mini. I mean, like eventually they will make a Nintendo 64 Mini. The market is there. There's a reason for the PlayStation 1 design pushed onto the PlayStation 5. So there's a good reason. It makes money.
Brands was recently acquired for $4.6 billion, reflecting the pandemic-driven popularity of retro snacks like Twinkies, which first sold in 1930. 90s and Y2K fashion has also been making a big comeback. Fashion houses like Givenchy and Bottega Veneta featured 1990s grunge fashions.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. I have never seen somebody walk around in like this, like stuff like that. I don't know about that one.
Recent runway shows, and Levi's last year re-released its silver tab baggy jean, popular in the hip-hop and skating culture days of the 1990s. But perhaps the most popular use of market-driven nostalgia that's happened in recent years was the Barbie movie that came out in 2023. It generated
which was kind of a failure, considering that Barbie was the main character, but everyone liked Ryan Gosling. Which is interesting to see that, like, yeah. He was the star of the movie, is she called Margot Robbie? I don't know. Could be.
Over $1.4 billion in the box office, and is expected to boost Mattel's profits by $125 million.
And I mean, don't mean like a financial failure. I mean like a, the message that the movie tried to convey basically failed, because everyone was memeing about Ryan Gosling, so yeah.
Sales from toys and merch. As the present and future continues to hold no promises of a better life, more and more people will try to find a way to live as close as possible to an alternate time. I mentioned earlier that feelings of nostalgia most commonly come with rose-colored glasses, and that the past is often not as good as we thought it was. But I think this huge boom in the nostalgia market should be more of a warning than anything that the present moment might very well be objectively worse than other
times. How could this be a negative? We also have people who are nostalgic for the 90s. I don't know why. It was the worst time in the last 40 years. Yeah, I think what I'm really nostalgic about is just like the 2000s from 2000, like 2000 and I think like up to 2010, 2015. Because like those were the times where like most things were fine, I would say. At least like here in Germany, there were no any big issues. Like there were no there was no problems with like illegal immigration. There was no problem with like financially no problems. There were like games were good, music was good. Yeah, I guess that's my time. Like, but like yeah, I think like the 90s. It depends on like where you lived, I would say.
Time periods.
But again, how could this be a negative? It could be a negative in the sense that people wish to bring back a time, like old times, and not like create better times for the future. So like a little bit of like regression in a sense, if that makes sense.
Even if you take away the fact that we like to filter out the negative memories of our past. At face value, I know all this can seem quite grim, but I also genuinely think that this trend reveals something hopeful for the future. You see, Gen Z millennials don't just get attached to nostalgic items because they evoke a feeling of calmness, comfort, identity, and community. They also value the attention to detail and positive progress that those items possess or represent. The best way I can explain this to you is through something I have a deep passion for: the computer game RuneScape and how it's evolved over the years. RuneScape is a point-and-click RPG game that has been around.
Yeah, that looks old. That looks old, yeah. If they made Final Fantasy 11, and like Fantasy 11 is also pretty old, like the obviously the MMORPG. If this was more accessible, I would really love to get into it. But I heard also that like getting into it is super difficult, because like there's like a huge problem with like first of all like getting access to like actually playing it. So like yeah, I think that's a little bit of a problem. I would love to play it though in the future if I can.
Since 2001, but people usually consider the golden era of the game to be from around 2005 to 2007, when player counts peaked. Eventually, like most other companies, Jagex, the company behind the game, focused more on increasing profits rather than improving upon what already worked. They introduced microtransactions in the form of wheel spins and a brand new combat system. This effectively killed their game around 2012, causing nearly half of the player base to quit. But in 2013, a petition started to bring back the 2007 version of the game after Jagex said they had found a backup of it and were
Yeah, old school RuneScape in this case.
Considering creating servers for it if enough people signed the petition. The signatures far surpassed the required amount to make it happen, and on February 22nd, 2013, the old school RuneScape servers officially opened up. The current version of RuneScape from the past, with all those crappy updates, still exists on separate servers, and it's now called RuneScape 3, but old school RuneScape still has more concurrent players than it over 10 years since its release. Why? Because old school RuneScape has stayed true to its roots, while still providing updates for the game that are voted on by the players themselves. So while it is no longer the exact game it once was in 2007, it still contains its core elements, but with modern updates, which is what most people really wanted out of the game as it moved forward in development. I
can certainly understand that. Yeah. I can understand why it'd be so popular. I mean, a lot of the people that like played it are already like an older generation of players, and the same people that like left the game have now returned, and like they are playing the older preferred style of the game. I can 100% understand that.
This long-winded gaming history lesson not just to shove my passion down your throat. Pause. I do it to highlight how
Pause.
this applies to our infatuation with nostalgia and how this reflects our overall attitude to how products are made now. Things really were simpler and often made better with more intention in the past. A lot of things were made with meticulous passion rather than a focus on the bottom line profits. More things felt creative and
Video games were made by gamers and not by like corporate fools who have never played a video game in their life, have never programmed for a video game, have never designed for a video game. If we take video games.
Innovative without trying to get you to buy something and compete for your attention at every second. And if we can start to revert back to some of those principles of the past and apply them to modern day products,
we can go back to one principle that I would like I would love for people to push, and like especially gamers. Physical media. I would love for the people to push again for physical media. So we are now able to not only own a license to play a game. Remember, Steam now officially states that if you buy a game, you do not own it, you only own a license to play it, which means that Steam, if it does fall into the wrong hands, they can take away your games at any time. I would love to go back to like the 2010s, 2012, 13, 14, where like most games were still physical.
Just like old school RuneScape did, we can create more of the things that these younger generations are really looking for when they turn to nostalgia, which is an emphasis on authenticity, passion, intention, and positive progress. This is also another key reason why people loved the Barbie movie so much. It wasn't just appealing to the women who grew up with Barbie, it also portrayed Barbie using the progress that has been made with the image of women since Barbie was first released. It's a theme I'm constantly promoting in my videos, taking everything that was positive and useful about the past, improving upon those things, and leaving behind what clearly didn't work. And if that is what we can start...
Yeah, but what's left of that movie? What is actually left of that movie besides the memes? It may have been a financial success, but it was definitely not a cultural success. Because like aside from like Ryan Gosling memes, there's nothing left, realistically.
Learning from nostalgic commodities, instead of solely using them as a way to profit off of miserable people trying to escape a murky future, then maybe commodifying nostalgia isn't all too bad of an idea. I like discussing topics that pertain to modern issues and how we can solve these issues with nice...
Yeah, I mean, that was a good video. So here's my opinion, okay? We should go back to like positive aspects of the past that are like better than they currently are. For example, video games, music, the passion of creating things, I would say, it is like gone today, and like reminiscing about that and trying to bring it back, I think is a good idea. It's just when you trade in things like from the past for like positive development in the future. I think that's where it's wait. That is where it becomes dangerous, in my opinion. But yeah, that was a good video. Yeah, that was interesting. That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay, I talked a lot. Let me drink something real quick, and then we can jump into another reaction. I'm interested in what I still have. That thumbnail is ridiculous, man. That thumbnail is ridiculous, bro. The fat Cole Hastings, like the soldier one, that's wild. Yeah. What I would like to watch now is this one. Yeah. Let's jump into this one.
You know,
Let me stop real quick. Thank you. So this video is called "The Has-Been Hotel Fandom is the Worst" by Royalties here. That's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be very interesting. I heard here and there about negative aspects of like the people that like Has-Been Hotel. I have not watched it. I don't care. Like I won't ever watch it. It's not my thing. If people enjoy it, great. I don't care. But yeah, I'm interested in like what these people, the fans, are known for. So yeah, let's jump into it. Again, never watched the show, not once, and I have no interest. I did watch, however, Dragon Ball Daima yesterday, the first episode, and it's pretty good, with like minor issues.
you know, maybe I finally found it, is what an obese person probably says when they lift up their folds and find their
Is this queso? Queso.
genitals, which have probably been fossilized due to the sheer amount of pressure it's been under for that amount of years. And no, I'm not talking about the One Piece in this instance. We all know the conclusion to that story may just be friendship.
The One Piece! The One Piece is real!
I love to use it as a meme.
But no, I'm talking about a quest I've been on. A quest that has had many sleepless nights, had me clawing at my eyes at the things I've seen, and secondhand cringe that has almost...
The worst thing that I have seen. By the way, the name Kakashi's slutty wife is kind of, huh? Also, why does she have a pacifier? Anyways, the worst thing that I have seen on like Royalties Here's channel is the one where he basically shows like a Reddit post of somebody when he was 15 doing nasty things with a pigeon. Like that traumatized me permanently.
made me instinctively grab a 12-gauge shotgun, and that is the worst community. More specifically, a worst community for a show. I've looked at Jujutsu Kaisen, I've looked at...
You are telling me, okay? You are telling me that this is even worse than JJK or the My Hero community. Okay.
My Hero Academia, the My Little Pony franchise,
And worse than My Little Pony.
with their semen-encrusted figurines, that...
That is so disgusting. We all know what the one chick did to the Gojo figure for like JJK. We all know what she did.
have an AoE effect that do 2 hit points per second, but no, I think I've found the worst animated or worst TV show community. I can finally put down my staff and robe and tell you what the worst TV show / animated shows community is. With a long look at the community in this video.
Yeah, but what did they do? Come on, come to the point. Talk about it finally.
Being self-explanatory of why it's the worst community, worse than My Hero Academia and worse than Jujutsu Kaisen currently. And that is the has-been hotel community.
When I say you are fucking 20 guys before lunch, you say, yes, Valentino. When I say you
Not the voice breaking!
Wait, what?
Why'd you have to do such a good job with voice acting?
guys before lunch, you say, yes,
Wait,
Valentino.
what?
Kaisen currently. And that is the has-been hotel community.
When I say you are fucking 20 guys before
I don't know, I'm glad. I don't know. What did he do?
Currently. And that is the has-been hotel community.
When I say you are fucking 20 guys before
Wait, what? Do I hear that correctly? What do you mean? Effing 20 guys? What?
lunch, you say, yes, Valentino. When I say you
Before lunch?
Blake, why'd you have to do such a good job with voice acting? Oh my god.
got me. Yes, Val. Go.
Where's my goddamn fucking fly swatter? Where is it?
Into the thick of it.
I am confused. I am confused. This is an interesting start. This is an interesting introductory to a fandom. Okay.
Into the thick of it.
Believe me, I've not seen a community rival My Hero Academia in terms of the pure amount of second-hand cringe I got looking into the community. It was like being shocked with 1,500 volts constantly. But if you don't know what Has Been Hotel is in general, I often get it confused with the Hell of a Boss animation because of the similar art style, but I just recently found out it's in the same universe. But a little reminder we all remember is when 10 months ago there was a
I don't know either of these, by the way.
small controversy where a YouTuber spent $50,000 on the animation for a music video where he decided
$50,000. You gotta be fucking kidding me. For an animation? What were you trying to animate? Entire anime season or what?
it was his prerogative to have the plot of that music video being a self-insert of him being sexually assaulted and stalked by one of the characters.
Yeah, okay. Okay. What the hell, dude? What the fuck am I already watching?
characters of Has Been Hotel. 50,000 for a fantasy where one of the characters loves him, and even some softcore to go along with it. They even drew him some abs. This is the community we're looking at, but there actually was a positive of that music video where a lot of people went to support the music that was in the music video, because it was fairly unpopular for how much of a banger it was. But that is the one and only good thing that came out of that.
This is so weird, bro. This is so weird, dude. This is so weird. What the hell?
Community. Has Been Hotel was released in October of 2019, and only currently has one season to it, whilst its counterpart, Hell of a Boss, has 2 seasons to it. Yes, it started in 2019, and they finished in 2024, just for season 1. The only time I've seen spacing worse than that is between you and the opposite gender.
This is how he calls me out, eh? 5 years. 5 years to finish an entire season. The fuck? That is lazy.
Obviously, animation takes time, and probably having to deal with
Yeah, but bro, not 5 years.
Amazon was a hell in its own, and Hell of a Boss was used to sustain the fans over that long waiting period. But despite that fact, it still has a cult following.
With me dead from your poison. Vivian Madrano, look at me, look at me. You can kill any other character. Do not kill Angel Dust, please. He's been through enough. I want him to be happy, but whatever means necessary. If he's the one that dies in the show, I'm not watching it anymore. I'm done.
And people are saying that being parasocial is a huge problem in the VTubing community. That's like 4 level above parasocial. What the fuck?
Wish that I had something to live for tomorrow. Oh.
Like, come on. You can't be serious.
You know? Maybe let them do what they want, if it's not hurting anybody, was a bad idea. Just maybe.
Why do they all look the same? But what is Has Been Hotel about? And what is the hook that has interested so many people, and children, to the point where the community is looked down upon, and has a terrible reputation? Well, the plot is it follows Charlie, the princess of the hell, and her attempt at rehabilitating demons to be more peaceful and to lower the population of hell, and opens a hotel hoping that the inhabitants will check out to heaven. That is the bare bones plot. But why are so many people interested in this show? Especially
Never thought I would see a perfect sell here, but okay.
when it would take an entire decade to just finish the tournament arc, and with one of the creators not really taking well to criticism. But we'll get into that a bit later. But in terms of why people enjoy watching it, you have to look at what the age target range is for this animation. The age target range is 16 plus, with some people saying the age range should be 13. But wouldn't you be happy to know that most of the fans are children? Yes, the milk-sucking, happiness-reducing, money-spending little bundles of joy. Don't worry, I'm booking my vasectomy tomorrow. But this comes across...
Let me guess, this is going to be minus with terrible opinions. God, if I have to see another opinion of mine, I'm going to explode. Mine should not be in the internet. Let's start a petition.
As a problem, as with Has Been Hotel and its counterpart, Hell of a Boss, are very explicit, and also sexually explicit.
Adam, sir. Mr. Adam, sir.
Call me Dickmaster.
With strong language
Okay.
and jokes that make me feel like I'm being molested through the screen. And even the more sane people in the fanbase agree, with some saying the youngest fans are 8 years old and should not be watching this type.
8 years. 8 years. 8 fucking years.
of content, and they are not old enough to mentally digest what is happening in this show. But it may be hypocritical for me to say that.
But to be honest, like, who is? What is old enough at this point?
As with most of my generation, we grew up on South Park, Family Guy, American Dad, and The Cleveland Show if nothing else was on the TV, even though we were not of the age to be watching it. And most Hazbin Hotel fans that are under the age seem to think they've seen way worse so they can watch this show. And the show is bright and colourful, so parents would probably be easily mistaken. So if you really care about what your children are watching, make sure you actually look at what they're watching. It could be plastic explosives wrapped like a new dog, but it's still plastic explosives. And even though it is aimed towards, like...
What is that comparison, first of all? Second of all, yeah, I agree. Parents should definitely monitor more what their children are watching. I mean, we have a huge problem with YouTube Kids, like early sexualization or animal abuse and stuff. So, yeah, the problem is parents aren't doing that.
Like teenagers and stuff, it's worrying to see that drawing books are available for it. Obviously made by third-party companies, but they aim the drawing book at the age of 8 to 13, which may solidify the opinion that people think this animation is for kids, or they just haven't done their research.
You have what I want. I don't say please. You want to with me.
But when
I'm also scared. Mom, come pick me up, I'm scared. What the fuck?
kids are a part of a fan base, the correlation between that media and cringe becomes stronger, as we saw with My Hero Academia becoming the fleshlight of the internet.
I think I have to watch that video.
Hazbin Hotel probably a close second, maybe the public glory hole, as the internet has developed a
hell?
stigma towards Hazbin Hotel, probably from the fans, people just thinking it's cringe, and people thinking it's just over-sexualized trash.
Oh, harder, Daddy.
The fuck? What the actual fuck? What the hell? What the hell, dude?
And to be honest, there's a slight bit of truth to that. As I've said before, the more kids you have in a fan base, the more cringe it's probably going to be. As most adults tend to keep their interests to themselves, and kids being more vocal about their interests on platforms like TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram.
Oh,
and in most scenarios, people outside the community and sometimes in the community would view that as cringe. And I don't think kids expressing and having fun online is cringe. It's just a majority of the time they lack self-awareness, which a majority of the time the cringe comes from. But then you have the over-sexualization.
I'll be real. Most adults also lack self-awareness. This isn't something that's like only kids anymore.
And it was not hard to find in this community.
Specifically for Blake, when you in episode 1, when you had to record the voice lines for the sex scene, for the sex tape, were you ever embarrassed when you had to do the like yes daddy?
Well, now he is. I'm glad the things I like aren't too popular at this point. At this point, yeah, well, the things I like are fairly normal, so I don't know. But again, this is a child asking this.
And moaning.
This person is
a simple look on a platform.
I'm gonna hunt down her parents.
I'm talking one search, and it was already staring back at me. There is so much porn, and I get that the show is aimed towards adults, something they failed at, and they mention sex a lot, like any chance they get.
Way sex with me.
But there is too much.
Huh?
Like it makes the My Little Pony and FNAF fans
Chica, I miss you. I'm about to fuck you, Chica.
look like
Huh, Speed? What do you want to do? What are you? What do you want to do to this FNAF character? Okay.
born-again Christians in comparison. There is not a drought here, there is an overflowing flood. We've got thirst traps, we've got animations, we've got drawings that go into the same level of depth as Picasso. Like, there's just so much, it at least takes a terabyte of the Rule 34 servers. But apart from the over-sexualization...
What was Roblox there? Why was Roblox there?
by the fanbase, the only other reason that people on the internet have a strong grudge against this animation seems to be due to the fact that kids are watching it once again, and people holding the opinion they are way too young to be watching a show like this. And watching the show myself, yes, I received a lethal dose of gamma radiation and need to be promptly tested.
Lethal dose of gamma radiation. That one is good. Yeah, they are too young. They are too young. It's just interesting that we make up this huge problem that kids are too young to watch this, when we should also do this about other media. What about Twitch? What about some YouTube videos where it's exactly the same? It's just hypocritical that we go after like this and not after the other things as well. Interesting.
Tested with a Geiger counter, but watching it, I can see why people like it, at least for the adults. No, not you. The animation is great, the voice acting is great. I mean, they got Keith David in it to be a little gremlin addicted to gambling.
Might just have a chance.
No. Every motherfucker here knows what we need to do.
And to start singing about butt plugs and shit with like a fucking nymphomaniac. Half their budget was gone right there, and it was a great choice. And then you have the other magnum opus of the entire show, which many seem to hold high in regard, and that is the music, which many are pretty phallic, but for someone that cannot sit through musicals and use it as a form of torture akin to waterboarding, I could talk.
The kids getting baptized. Oh, that's great.
Tolerate this. So what I'm basically trying to say is the story, the whole fucking show in general, is not that bad. The only reason the internet hates it is, once again, because of the fans. And the main reason that a majority of them are underage, and the internet is their little daycare, where they contribute nothing but atrocities to it. But then again, you do have some adult fans that do the same. And the fact that the topic is over-sexualized as well adds to that. It's kind of like with the shipping situation with My Academia.
Why All Might and Deku? For Boku no Pico? What the hell? Who thought this was a good idea? What the fuck? What the hell, dude?
Which was one of its downfalls, because you had people shipping other characters that have never been in a scene before,
what the
and
hell?
let alone had come out of infancy yet. But
What
in
the
this
hell?
scenario, you just have each of them being drawn fucking each other. And I do think this fan base is worse than My Academia. But my theory is that this show is even more popular than My Academia, or the fact that My Academia already hit its peak around 2014 to 2018, and you don't really see much My Academia cringe anymore. And Has Been Hotel is only just hitting its peak now.
You're a loser.
Now, what else I wanted to talk about was one of the creators. Vienna Medrano, which I probably just butchered, or other known as Vizzy Pop, was the original creator of Has Been Hotel and uploaded many of the pilots to YouTube where it garnered popularity. Since the success, she isn't much of an animator anymore. She's took more of a directing role in the series.
Interesting. Okay. Now, what he's gonna talk about? What has she done?
But her reputation, regardless, is on the same lines as her creation. She's been known to not accept criticism as well, on everyone's favourite platform, Twitter, with some rants being called tantrums by her own fans, and some actually preying on her downfall due to the fact that when people criticise her, she apparently weaponizes her audience against the people criticising her.
That sounds awfully familiar. I know somebody like that. But yeah, that sounds awfully familiar.
But I could find no evidence of this. The only thing I could find was a controversy between her and the FNAF creator, where she commented on some of the donations he was making, and that's it. But Twitter being Twitter,
wait.
the FNAF, where she commented on some of the donations he was making.
best part to the best part to me is he lists all this shit. But considering Republican politics, he's basically saying that his Christian and pro-life stance outweighs his stance on science and equality and everything else that they actively work against law. Ah, okay. Wait, so the FNAF creator is like Christian and pro-life? That's interesting. I never knew that. I mean, cool. Okay. That's interesting. Never knew that. If that's the truth. I don't know, though. I don't think this is at face value because it's like out of context tweet. But if it is, okay. Don't care. That's alright.
Making, and that's it. But Twitter being Twitter, the FNAF creator had his details leaked, and apparently Vivzy was responsible for this. But she wasn't. In fact, his details were leaked far before she even made that tweet. And it was in fact her details that were leaked by the Five Nights at Freddy's fanbase. Because she
Uno reverse. Okay, that's interesting.
was saying some unsavory things about the creator. Another criticism piled against her is that she's into zoophilia and bestiality.
The white women are never beating the allegations!
All sourcing from artwork she made about 10 years ago. Something she publicly denounces and has apologised for in recent years, and no longer draws those type of things. But the one thing you can say is true about her is her perception towards criticism. There are a long list of tweets where she talks about criticism and how she can indeed take it, and that she hates that people say she can't take it. But a long list of tweets and replying to almost
Hello Drake, how are you doing?
all the comments, "I'm sorry buddy," kind of proves their point. And another controversy involving criticism was when one of the creators of Digital Circus took a poke at
I'm gonna be completely honest. If you cannot take criticism, and I mean like genuine criticism, you should not create any kind of content. Because the moment you create any kind of content, whether it's music, videos, games, whatever it may be, art, and you make it public, people are allowed to criticize this, whatever you put out. You're doing fine? Okay. You should not be on the internet and be a content creator if you cannot take any criticism.
saying, this is our show if it was made by the creator of Hell of a Boss. It was a joke about how there's so much swearing and so much references to sex, and that's it, even though that some people on the Digital Circus were friends with her and had worked on projects together. She responded by blocking the person tweeting it and saying, you know, she hates that people keep saying this about her creation. I think she just needs to get off Twitter. That's it. Remember when the creator
Average Twitter user behavior.
And Master Uguay was doing the same thing, like responding to every piece of criticism that was posted about him. He even commented on my video. And now with this situation with KSI where he just can't seem to...
Yeah, Master Uguay farmed this there for content, which is interesting. And now KSI is literally doing the same thing. Yeah. Bro does not respond well to criticism.
to let it go. Those are the times you take yourself off of Twitter. If it affects you negatively, take yourself off the platform. But yeah, in conclusion, the show isn't that bad. The music's actually pretty good, but that's coming from someone that only listens to Donald Glover. The only downside is the fans, and the fact that most of them are underage, even though it's an adult show. But that's very tricky because we did the same when we were kids. At the end of the day, it's down to the parents. And the
Yeah, but even when we did it, our parents should have monitored us better. So we should do it better. Like, there's no excuse like, oh, it didn't happen back then, so it's not a problem now. That is a bad argument. That is a really bad argument. That's like saying, I don't know, somebody pushing for war and saying, oh, war wasn't so bad back then, so we can have war now. Pretty much.
Creator seems to have a terrible reputation, even though most of the controversies I've seen are misunderstandings. But the one misunderstanding I hear is that when I say like and subscribe, YouTube voice recognition still does not pick up my voice and my accent. But yeah.
Mine neither. But yeah, that's the end of the video. Okay, now I know. Now I know, and I wish I didn't now, but now I do. Yeah, it's just with a lot of like communities where like the actual thing like revolving around like that is like the core of that community, like the TV show, the game, whatever it is, usually isn't that bad. It's just like everything around it, like the fandom around it is just bad. Interestingly enough. But yeah.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Oh, let me... Stop. I've already watched this. Stop. Okay.
Entire man caves.
No. But yeah, that was a good video. Actually, I'm gonna remove this one out of the playlist. Just like this one as well, so we can slowly but surely get rid of these. Hey, for those who do not know what's going on Twitch, but here's the video that
what's up, guys?
actually makes sense. So yeah, let's watch that. It's a Ref Says Desi video, as usual. Twitch completely fucked over YouTube, VTubers. So I know already most of the stuff, but again, a lot of people do not know. A lot of people who aren't VTubers or in the VTuber community do not know. But basically, Twitch updated their TOS, and what basically happened is they now have double standards for VTubers and double standard for IRL female streamers. But we'll go over it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. So today we're going to talk about Twitch because yesterday they came out and clarified some of their enforcement policies, and right now it is obvious more than ever that they have it out for VTubers, which is ironic because only a week ago we saw Iron Mouse shatter the all-time...
The people seething because of Iron Mouse is insane. People saying she's AI, people saying she's just a PNG, people saying she's like what else? People like saying, hey, she doesn't have that sickness, and she's just a man with a voice changer and stuff. Like people like literally like exploding for the first time encountering a VTuber, pretty much, which is interesting to see. That just goes to show that VTubing is still a niche.
Sub record, and yet VTubers are still being treated second rate, especially when it comes to the enforcement of the site's policies. We've seen recently Zentreya get a warning on her account for sexual themes because she wore a one-piece swimsuit for a brief moment. Meanwhile,
the hips, the VTuber hips. Basically, you can't show hips, and this is censored. What this pretty much is, this chick is having a hot tub stream while sitting on a glass chair, or like a plastic chair, glass chair, whatever you want, while a camera films her bottom, and like her what do you call it? Her hold, pretty much.
Slop like this is being recommended by the platform, where you have people bending the rules, these face cammers, who are just crudely...
Remember, these are in its core just glorified sex workers, nothing more. If you would push these people out of Twitch, they would make $180 on OnlyFans a month. Or like nothing at all. And remember, this platform is for 13+. Remember that.
Placing an inflatable pool in the corner of the room, calling it a pool stream, and then using that to wear basically micro bikinis. And then on the right, I can't even show you, a camera that is focused on her behind where she's wearing a thong, and the camera lens is pressed up against her so deep it's practically touching her colon at this point. But this is allowed, but the other stuff with VTubers is highly contested and often punished for
pretty
very
much.
draconian...
This sums up Twitch pretty well right now. pretty well. And like I've seen a lot of other like VTubers getting nuked off the platform, and like Twitch, Kick using that controversy to like you know, make like a Kick VTuber asset and stuff. It's interesting to see. Now I don't think VTubers will go over to Kick, because like Kick is just a much worse version. Like when it comes to the users, not the platform itself, but the users. It's just a much worse version of Twitch, pretty much.
Ways, and it's always been obvious that they have preferential treatment for cam girls versus VTubers, but now it's more obvious than ever. And now with these clarifications, we have this objective reality where it seems like what's on the left here is less likely to get banned than what's on the right.
Oh yeah, this is Shondo. So the problem is here now, and they have updated it as well. VTubers who look like this can no longer make any like lewd jokes, pretty much. Now I don't like it. The people make like the people are too overly sexual in general. I don't watch it. It's just like off-putting. But they still should be allowed to do it. Problem being that VTubers that look like this can't do this, or they get banned because they look too close to children. Interesting.
So yesterday, Twitch came out with these clarifications. These are not any new rules or anything like that.
And remember, when asked, they cannot even provide a visual representation of what is okay and what isn't. But I guess even if they did so, you would still get banned.
It's more clarification and examples of things that may or may not violate their rules, and it really just shows the kind of stuff they've been doing behind the scenes and the bans that people have received without understanding the reason as to why. So let's begin with this right here. This is the most relevant one for VTubers, and I think this is going to be abused by a lot of Twitch moderators and people who are part of that team. I think they're going to use this to take it out and ban multiple VTubers that they don't like.
Pretty much. Bro is in danger, by the way. Bro is in danger. Taiga is in danger again. He's gonna get clapped on Twitch next. So yeah, the problem. So basically, lollies and shodas, you're gone. You're reduced to atoms if you do anything like 18 plus. You're like wiped off the platform. It's interesting because if I remember correctly, I think CEO of Twitch was caught having a lot of those what is the word? Those cam girls like watching. And it's interesting to see that they now have again updated something which is oddly specific. You are no longer allowed to have like suggest the idea that Twitch might receive sexual favors of their cam girls. Again, interesting to see.
Like, they can use this, it's very exploitative, and I'll explain why. So it says this: depicting fictional anime characters of childlike appearances, lollies, and shotas with any type of sexual framing is not allowed. This applies to VTubers and within games where avatars are uploaded, such as VR chat, with childlike
Also, interestingly enough, VR chat. Fairly new characters are allowed. VTubers, fairly new, are not allowed. There is clearly an agenda against VTubers. You cannot. There is, with a 1,000,000% chance, an actual agenda against VTubers.
Avatars, even if the broadcaster and operator of the avatar is above the age of 18. So right off the bat, you know you're dealing with a difficult rule when it's very subjective. What does childlike really mean, generally speaking? Because does that include hairstyles, outfits, petite, models? Are those
the chest size of consent, the height of consent, the eyes of consent, the face of consent, the height of consent? What do we have? The hair of consent?
Things considered childlike? Well, it might change from one person to the other, but the other issue here is that they're using the phrases lollies and shotas, where I would guess that a lot of Twitch staff don't understand the proper definition of those terms. It has nothing to do with age or anything like that. That's why characters like Rebecca from Cyberpunk are a lolly. And a lot of people go, wait, she's like in her 20s. Well, yeah, these terms have nothing to do with age. It's just a petite body type with cute characteristics. That's why the creators themselves refer to characters like Rebecca as a lolly. However, there's a lot of misinformation.
Hello, Morik. How are you doing? And good night. You're leaving again?
And hysteria surrounding fictional content on places like Twitter.
Yeah, I remember when this character like dropped for like when the Cyberpunk Edge Runners anime dropped. People were seething on Twitter because she is like has like a like cute and like petite look. It is interesting.
Where a lot of people have gotten improper definitions of these terms. And again, I would imagine a lot of the people working on Twitch staff probably have similar bits of misinformation guiding them on these terms. And you couple that with the fact that they're using a very subjective phrase like childlike appearance to judge these VTubers and possibly ban their accounts. In fact, there's also this language about sexual framing, and we have an idea, I guess, of what that might entail. Apparently, it sounds like Fallen Shadow's first ban back in July might have been based on this reason because she had a toggle to show her VTuber model's feet. And by the way, also...
It's already 11 p.m. where you are. And you're a bit sleepy. Yeah, then you should probably sleep. You should probably sleep.
Also, her model is designed to resemble herself in real life because she's very petite. So basically, Twitch is calling her a child, which is a very odd thing. But anyways,
Stop infantilizing younger looking women. Stop doing that. There is no reason to do that.
Next rule is also adding some clarification. It's the attire policy, basically saying that the attire of your VTuber model is under the same standards as face cameras, which is not something people were unaware of.
It is not still it is not. We have seen like the example like in the beginning. It is not nowhere near the same for IRL women. The truth is Twitch can pimp out VTubers. Because like all these things that you can like see here that are written here, IRL streamers do show these. Double standards.
But there's one important new piece of information that might have gotten a lot of VTubers banned recently, which is hips. You have to cover up the hips of your VTuber model, which is definitely one of the reasons why so many VTubers have been getting suspended recently, because they have been showing their hips under the false assumption that it was allowed.
Oh yeah, by the way, they banned people before this was a thing, which means that they banned people that were basically did not know that hips were a problem because they never stated that hips were a problem.
And the problem is, up until now, Twitch doesn't give actual specific reasons that you are banned. They only give you a general reason, like sexual content, but they don't tell you what exactly was wrong with your VTuber model that got you in trouble in the first place. And for a lot of people, it definitely was this.
This wouldn't be nearly as bad if like they made like a what's the word? A like time period where VTubers had time to adjust to these changes before updating it. Because a lot of VTubers who like commissioned art or models, this includes art, by the way. This includes art. This does not only include the VTuber, it also includes art. And a lot of people commissioned art or models that now are not, that they can now basically throw into the trash, spend a lot of money on, and they have to recommission art. Isn't that interesting? I think a VTuber needs a hijab too. Yeah. This is like the invasion of like the Middle East on Twitch. Again, the only VTubers.
This hip coverage rule that people just flat out weren't aware of. And on top of that, you see a very weird addition right here, saying these guidelines, referring to attire, apply to VTuber models, but not video game characters, including those uploaded into games such as VR chat.
Which is very interesting. That's very interesting. You know why? There is barely no difference. There's barely no difference between a VTuber and a model in VR chat. Like, I could take my V right now and throw it into VR chat. There is no difference. Zero.
Which, as Camilla points out here, this is very, very bizarre. What is the difference between a VTuber model, a 2D VTuber model uploaded through VTube Studio, for example, versus a 3D model through VR chat? Like, what is the difference? Why is one getting additional rules than the other? It makes no sense. And also, they use the VR chat example because they say it's like you're playing a video game.
This is pretty much almost completely naked. There's not much left for this like model. Nothing. And I'm not saying that Twitch shouldn't be more like desexualized. But if you are making policies like that, apply to everyone. It isn't that difficult. Apply to everyone.
Well, I'm using VTube Studio, which is considered a video game by Steam, for example, and that's how I get this model right here that you're looking at now. So why is this so much different than VR chat? It's very confusing, and also it leads way to someone possibly just getting a 3D VTuber model and then just claiming it's in VR chat. And
to be fair, you can't moderate VR chat. I mean, other users. Yeah, true. You can't moderate other users. But it's not about like other users. It's about you, the streamer.
And is Twitch supposed to somehow enforce that? I'm not sure. But anyways, a lot of people are starting to...
I have not seen this yet. Pippa. Completely covered. This is just Pippa. This is wild. This is wild that somebody made this.
I come up with Twitch appropriate VTuber models, and all jokes aside, this is what it feels like for some people. The rules are extra for VTubers when you have stuff like this existing and being promoted on the platform. I can barely even show you any of these screenshots because everything is so explicit. They talk about sexual framing in the rules about VTubers, but about
framing. So here, almost completely naked, game barely visible, camera on the butt is vibrating. Okay, and I can see hips, also.
Framing here. The framing of the game.
Oh yeah, right. That's considered a hot tub stream because of this little hot tub with the cow. Right, of course. You know what I saw on Twitter? Somebody saying that Twitch should apply the same rules to these streamers, and like people saying that they should do this. Also, you know what that means? You know what that means? What that person said? That people were basically saying, hey, this should also then be, like, covered up? That it's misogynistic. Ah, yes. The mostly female VTubing community being misogynistic. Oh, okay, of course. Yeah, it makes sense. It's like saying, gay people can be homophobic, but what do I know?
The rest is all just a ploy to exploit the hot tub rules where cam girls like this simply just toss an inflatable pool in the corner of their room, which allows them to wear very skimpy bikinis and even have a camera dedicated to being pointed at their behind, which is...
Again, and then just glorified sex workers.
Basically...
These people could never be successful on any other website except Twitch.
only a thong, so you're seeing just about everything, and that's allowed. This is a very popular trend right now for a lot of cam girls on Twitch. This is somehow allowed, but then we have all these draconian extra rules for VTubers. And that's the issue. It's the enforcement of these rules on top of that. And some people just don't get that. And I don't understand. You have tweets like this saying, VTubers wanted to be treated similarly to flesh tubers. Twitch updated their policies to reflect that. Now VTubers don't want that. Help me understand.
This person, and I saw that tweet, did not understand, because they did not look into this, that we are not, like, female VTubers are not being treated the same. I can't speak for male VTubers because most of us dudes, we don't, like, sexualize ourselves in that way. So I cannot comment on that. I guess the heterosexual dudes, not necessarily the femboys and stuff. They do their own thing. But female VTubers are not treated to the same standard as female IRL streamers.
Help me
again, and I'm period saying that these cam girls should not be on Twitch in the first place.
Understand how someone in the VTubing scene doesn't understand why VTubers are so upset. It's about the enforcement of the rules. Even if the rules were 1-to-1 for flesh tubers versus VTubers, it's the enforcement of those rules. It's clearly bias towards cam girls. VTubers are punished. They have the book thrown at them every time they have a possible violation. But cam girls get away with just about anything, and their punishments are nowhere near what VTubers get. I have seen now, over the past couple of months, multiple VTubers get week-long or month-long suspensions for their hips showing on their model, and yet, only 2 years ago, we have examples like...
2 years ago, a Twitch streamer basically got back shots on Twitch, and she was banned for 7 days and then unbanned after 7 days. No, she was basically banned and then unbanned after 7 days. We have other people again, like Amaranth being nuked and then basically returning shortly after.
Like this, where a cam girl literally had intercourse on camera and only got a 1-week suspension. In fact, there are multiple OnlyFans girls on Twitch who are working on their 13th, 14th, or even 15th ban on Twitch, and yet they have never served a suspension longer than 3 days. Please explain to me how any of this makes sense. Well, a lot of people are also looking at these new rules or these clarifications, and they're saying, wait, here's a Twitch W right here. And they're referring to this part about swim and beaches, concerts and festivals. To sum it up, basically they're making it clear that if you properly flag your content as being a pool, hot tubs, and beaches category, you can have even more revealing outfits. And that's something that is already being taken advantage of by a lot of cam girls on the website. But I point this out because it all...
So wait, even more? So they made it worse? Camera focus is still to focus around full coverage of buttocks is not required, but camera focus around them is still subject to our sexual content policy. What were those last two examples? Not camera on your behind? That wasn't the focus? Oh, you're right. The screen is smaller, which is why it's not the focus. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, makes sense.
So
totally.
Ridiculous. All these hoops that they're making for these rules and these exceptions they're trying to create. So are you telling me, based on this, if Zentreya had a PNG of a beach in the background of her stream, she wouldn't have gotten in trouble for wearing that one-piece swimsuit?
Pretty much,
it make
yeah.
sense. This is why those cam girls are taking advantage of the pools and hot tubs rule by just putting a blow-up pool in the corner of the room and saying, yep, now I can wear a bikini and do whatever I want. That's who's going to take advantage of these clarifications. But now you're just showing how fickle and complicated all these rules are for seemingly no reason. And on top of that, there's another rule I want to cover here, which really just goes the next level. It says, static or slightly animated artwork for scenes such as stream starting, be right back, and stream ending artwork must follow all of our guidelines. And
so you basically, if you had like art commission that showed your hips, you need to recommission art again. Yeah, that hurts.
And based on my interpretation, it sounds like they're saying that that sort of artwork has to follow the attire policy too, which is insane. So now the artwork of your BRB screen has to follow these extra clarifications.
Pretty much,
it's really,
yeah.
really an insane standard, and also one that seems to disproportionately target VTubers. A lot of face cammers, they have animated BRB screens and stuff like that, but I think there's a much higher proportion of VTubers who have those, especially featuring their own VTuber models. So once again,
what can I say about this? Like a lot of IRL streamers, they don't really have like that kind of artwork stuff. Like, so it's kind of like, yeah, this is specifically for VTubers. Again, I'm telling y'all, I am absolutely telling you all that this is specifically targeted at VTubers. They are actually targeting.
This rule,
they're not even hiding it.
VTubers a lot harder than your traditional cam streamer, which is again showing that they have it out for VTubers. And overall, it's not just obvious that the enforcement is different. A lot of people are actively ignoring that there are extra rules for VTubers. There's a lot of them, and a lot of very subjective and open-ended ones that could.
It's also interesting that there's a lot of VTubers who basically like defend Twitch on this, and then like basically acting like they would die for this company. Content creators, these platforms are not your friends. They are in its core. They are still technically your boss. Don't treat them like your friends. Don't treat them with any loyalty. Because you're gonna get punished for it. You wouldn't be loyal to a company in real life. Why are you loyal to a company online? You know what I'm saying?
Really be applied to a very high portion of VTubers if given, if these rules are being applied by a particular person on the Twitch staff. They can really bend some of those rules involving VTubers to punish just about anyone or label their content as childlike or something like that. And I think it's a very dangerous road that we're all going to see unfold in front of us. I think some of these clarifications are going to be abused by the Twitch staff who already clearly have it out for VTubers. And I think on top of that, the enforcement continues to be hypocritical. And there's no overlooking this stuff. It is just pure hypocrisy.
Again, it wouldn't be such a huge problem if they just wiped the floor with everyone that broke TOS. They are not doing that.
Cam streamers are treated completely differently than VTubers, and now we know some of the clarifications as to why that might be happening and how so many of these cam streamers are getting away with behavior that would normally get a VTuber temporarily suspended or even worse. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topic.
I'm saying that having a less sexual Twitch is good. The double standards, however, on VTubers and IRL streamers, I'm not saying VTubers, I'm saying specifically female VTubers and female IRL streamers, because that's who is competing here, really. Male VTubers aren't really competing most of the time, I would say. I have to say that this is wrong, the double standards on this. Again, I think they updated the policies again, where they also oddly... That was oddly specific. I said it before, but I'm saying it again. That was oddly specific. They updated the policies to state that you are not allowed to suggest that somebody's only popular because of their sexual content, and you are also not allowed to suggest the idea that Twitch is taking sexual favors of they're like those cam girls, basically. That's oddly specific, but who knows? I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. There's clearly an agenda against VTubers, but yeah, not much to say here. Okay, I'm going to drink something because I've been talking a lot, and to be fair, don't really drink much recently. I don't know why. It's weird. Maybe because like summer's over and like I've gone back to my regular drinking habits, which is obviously not good because I'm gonna get headaches. And definitely need to avoid that. But yeah, it's just weird in general. I want to watch this actually. Something less controversial. We're gonna watch memes for gamers.
A non-gamer versus
We're gonna watch memes for
head,
gamers if it stops. Thank you. Memes for gaming memes. Only true gamers understand. Let's see if I'm a true gamer or not. I'm interested. This is by Vosk L. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's get into it. So non-gamer,
a non-gamer versus a gamer's head.
Wait, is this because of the? Is this because of the headset dent? I know it's just a myth. But technically, yeah, that's because of the headset
a gamer's
dent.
head. The life of a gamer. What a beautiful day. Time to start gaming. Me walks over video game fire to see if it does damage.
Bro sounds a little sick, I'll have to admit.
Fire does damage. Me get some sleep or one more game. One more game.
One more game. Yeah. One more. If I lose, I'll stop. Or if I win, I'll stop. I'll stop if I win, and then like you will never win, and like one more game. Okay.
When you realize you can join the army at 16, but must be 18 to purchase Call of Duty.
I never understood that. It's like interesting. You're allowed, for example, here you're allowed to like do your driver's license at like 16, and you are allowed to drive with like your parents being next to you, and you can't drive too far, as far as I'm aware. But you can't drink alcohol until you're like, but you can't like buy a game until you're 18. You're allowed to drink at 16, but you're not allowed to buy a game until a game like for 18-year-olds. That's interesting.
Mods in real life. Streamers. My game lagged for 0.1 seconds. So bad. Me. 43 hours remaining.
Yes. Also, this is the Switch. We had really bad internet before I was able to stream, and what can I say? Downloading Ark was a nightmare. Like an absolute nightmare. It was so terrible. It was so terrible.
Okay, do you drink? No. Have a girlfriend? No. Then how do you enjoy life, gaming, when you're having a great...
True. When you have a great time gaming, then realize it's 4:30 a.m. Yeah. Or like you're watching a show, and then you like binge watch, it's like, it's kind of late.
Time gaming, then realize it's 4:30 a.m. Add large googly eyes to your ghillie suit for added psychological warfare.
Why does this look like Green Elmo? This is just Green Elmo.
Define peak mobile phone game.
Okay, we got Temperon, Jetpack Geroid, Flappy Bird, who is now Crypto Scam, and Angry Birds.
Still hasn't been an era of mobile gaming to defeat this.
Nah, this has already been defeated, I would say.
Brain, reload, me, why, brain.
Yes! 100%. I don't like it. It's like having like a health bar like 98%. No, you gotta be full health. I don't care. I gotta heal. It's true. Like having like a magic bar like MP, and it's like, oh no, it's like one third empty, like 1/4. I need to have a full bar.
You gotta beating the game versus 100%ing the game.
That is like that varies from game to game. Zelda game, great. Xenoblade Chronicles, nah.
Number of bullets needed to kill you in game. Number of bullets needed to kill you in a cutscene. Cyberpunk Mark Zuckerberg looks more human than.
Bro, that forehead. He has a forehead, beforehead, and afterhead.
The actual Mark Zuckerberg. How others run versus how I run. If you ever feel useless, just remember GTA has traffic lights. No console is better than the
I guess it's for immersion, but they really serve no purpose.
other. You prefer the one you grew up with.
Nah, there's consoles that are objectively better. I refuse to believe this. There are consoles that are objectively better. Like the 3DS is objectively better than the DS. And like the PlayStation 2 is objectively better than the PlayStation 1.
Faking tasks to not be sus. Faking tasks to seem useful. Male actors
Among Us. Among Us.
voicing characters getting hurt in video games. Female voice characters voicing characters getting hurt in video games.
True. Absolutely true. The moaning.
This is the man. And this is the female. Game
I got moaned into my ear.
developers fixing a bug which skips the entire game. Speedrunners. Game achievements. Just
True. There are ridiculous speedruns out there. There are really ridiculous speedruns out there. Just literally like dudes throwing themselves over the entire map of like Breath of the Wild. It is insane.
open the game to get this achievement. 23% of players. No. In real life, random things are laying on the ground. Not my business. In games, pick everything that is pickable.
This is me and Ark. This is me and Ark. I don't care. I'll farm the entire forest in one sitting. I don't care. This is me in Minecraft also. I'll farm everything. Literally everything.
Hey yo, why is my render distance so low? Stop, wow. Playing, I have a big bug on my wall. Wait, please. Oh no, Potatoes left the match.
Listen to the sound of man damage from Dark Souls 1. Yeah, that's also one of those. Potatoes, stop. Wow. Potatoes playing. Potatoes, I have a big... Okay.
Where is Potatoes? Is he safe? Is he alright? 10-year study finds no link between playing video games and violent behavior. Media, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Toxic gamers and good gamers. Is this a hacker?
The greatest achievement is being called a hacker while not hacking.
I reached the end, but bro, I got hurt. Damn, I don't need you.
Is this true? Is this real? Is this real? Is my little dino bro here getting cucked? Kind of wild.
Anymore. Gamer girls today will be mothers that understand an online game can't be paused. Traitor! How dare you play the PS4 when you work for Xbox? You died 27 times and only killed 3. My game lagged. Imagine you die and then you see this. Level complete. Free play unlocked.
That'd be interesting though. What does free play mean in this case? I can do whatever I want?
Me during a hard section in the game while on 1 HP. Me on the same section with full HP. Her telling me I'm such a good listener. Me having spent my life watching unskippable cutscenes for stories
I have to admit, I play play like really good well at like full HP because I want to do no damage.
I couldn't care less about. Dad? Yes, son. Why do we have 2 controllers and only 1 car on... Oh no, he's gained consciousness.
Why do we have 2 controllers and only 1 car on the screen? Ah, yes, now I get it. The father is playing and the son is just like watching. and like playing along with next to him with like a controller that's not connected.
Horror game. Adjust the brightness so that the logo is barely visible. Me? No, I don't think I will.
Full brightness. I play Minecraft with full brightness, so I don't have to use torches all the time.
Googling or asking other players how to play the game. Spending way too much time figuring it out by yourself. Mortal Kombat players, when 3 of their ribs get shattered and they lose 50% of their blood. Oh no!
Anyway.
Wanting to replay your favorite video game. Remembering that means you have to play through that part. The lockdown wouldn't be that long. The lockdown. Me. It's just a game. Stay calm. Enemy. Throw your controller at the wall.
I have never thrown a controller. Well, I do. I did. Out of mistake, though. I did throw a Wiimote while playing Wii Sports. Like the bowling thing, and then like, chuck the Wiimote just straight into nowhere. Yeah. But like never out of rage. Never out of rage. Just out of mistake. This is why I do like this that safety thing around your arm, I guess, for the Wiimote.
Talk to frightened woman. You okay? She's just frightened.
There's no head. What do you mean frightened? There's no head.
Frightened of what? She can't see. Reality. The worst game ever. Art teacher. You can't change
Yeah,
it.
pretty bad game. Grinding is hard. There's no respawn. It's always a hardcore run. The updates are terrible. Yeah.
Picture just by taking out 2 squares. Everyone. Damn it, the door is locked. She. How many hours do you have in this game? Me? 3,000 plus. So you're a good player, right?
This is me with Monster Hunter. This is me with Monster Hunter. I'm never gonna get good at it.
About that. Game gets worse with each update. Keeps playing it. When you are beating your friends on Mario Kart, but then you realize you were looking at the wrong screen.
You died.
Moments before you dying. A cat attack. Rich people, poor people. People who lost the game but still say GG. Mobile games in 2012 to 14. We are made with lots of effort and development, and most results are a huge success with many players. Mobile
Clash of Clans is an absolute shithole right now. Like the Supercell is in the trenches. Like this company's dying.
Games now. If someone comes up with a stupid idea, it gets turned into a game. Who would win? A social life full of great friends and huge opportunities. Some weird looking box. Minecraft. Don't leave trees floating. But play Minecraft. Get really into it. Die and lose all of your stuff. Quit for 6 to 12 months.
For me, it's play Minecraft. Get really into it. Burn out because too many features. Quit. Play Minecraft again. Pretty much.
Her. I want a guy who's willing to take risks. Me. When you wander into a high-level area by mistake.
Yeah, or if you get targeted by a high-level monster for no reason. Xenoblade. Everybody who played Xenoblade knows about that one moment where they run around the Gao plains and then get targeted by the big-ass monkey, and then the big-ass monkey one-shots you. Yep.
12-year-olds in 2013. I am still scared of Herobrine, the game, and the learning curve. Coworker. Why do you always look so tired? Me. I have a life outside of her. Me. Outside of work. When the friend who just started the game where you have 2,000 plus hours on says he wants a 1v1.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Rip Bozo! You're gonna learn the hard way.
Me, listening to music and playing some game that doesn't require much attention or overthinking my life when you...
This is me when shiny hunting. 100% this is me when shiny hunting.
Try to play a game to forget how much of a mess up you are, but you just keep messing up in game too. I play on PlayStation. Cool. I play on Xbox. Me at parties. I wish I was at home playing video games.
I wish I wasn't there. This was me at prom. I wish I wasn't there. I just wish I wasn't.
Hip firing a shotgun versus ADS on a shotgun when you're playing an online game and you see this person on your team.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Like, you've won. However, when the entire lobby is Japanese, like in Mario Kart, Yeah, it's over.
We weren't expecting special forces. A character in your game gives a sad speech about how your journey is over. A sad version of the main theme plays in the background.
This is xenoblade! I'm still gonna cry when I finish that game. I'm still gonna cry. It is gonna happen.
When you finally defeat a difficult boss, but its health meter fills back up for phase 2. Me, after quitting without saving 3 hours of gameplay. This would make me never play the game again.
I have done that. I have done that. I have done that.
The game when you were a kid versus the game when you replay it. Me, healing myself 29 times in a row. Boss heals himself once. Me in quick match. I can
Pokemon. Gym leaders. Elite Four.
carry the whole team. Me in ranked. Why can't I get a single kill? When your mum tells you that you will be bored of video games when you grow up, go.
True. True. I'm grown up. I'm still not bored.
You boys don't have patience, boys.
Only 13 days? I should start shiny hunting. Took me over a year for Suicune.
When the rest of you have to carry the highest ranked player in the party. I use social media in my free time. I play video games in my free time. I sleep in my free time.
True. I don't sleep that much. I don't sleep that much at all, to be fair.
I spent all day doing side quests instead of progressing the main story. I know you're
Xenoblade.
talking about a video game, but this is actually a really good metaphor for my life. When I load into a game and realize I'm gonna be fighting my Wi-Fi instead of my opponent. Movie. This is based on a true story. Also movie. After my 4-year-long girlfriend declined my marriage proposal and moved out today, I treated myself with this beauty.
Yep. You did the right thing. You did the right thing.
This is sad. Only game. Is that Enzo? The funniest thing is that they really weren't the imposter. Orange was there, didn't report. I did not care about it. You
No, what did you do? No. By the way, I'm a really good imposter. I am a really good imposter. I can lie through my teeth without anybody noticing. I'm a really good imposter. And I'm also very, I can, bring people to my side. I'm a master manipulator.
defeat the boss. His health bar starts refilling. A faster version of his theme starts playing. The lyrics are in Latin.
Not only that, but when you play, Tears of the Kingdom and you fight Ganon, you take him out and then the health bar refills and it refills even outside of the screen. Yeah, that is when things start to get real.
I remember when playing outside was better than any video game, but then everything changed when the gaming industry attacked. Unsure if this teacher has a quest for me or if I should do that side quest at the door.
That looks like like an exclamation mark. That's funny.
Assault rifle versus a pump action shotgun when you've been playing a game non-stop since release.
These things. Let me go back.
Quest at the door. Assault rifle.
These things. These were annoying. The ones that you can basically shoot out. Because I always had dudes in class that were just appearing randomly out of nowhere with their what are these things called? I don't even remember. I don't know. With their umbrella, and then press the button and it pushes it into your sides. Ugh.
Rifle versus a pump action shotgun when you've been playing a game non-stop since release and you get into a lobby where you're the lowest level. I organized our base, bro. Now organize it in real life. I was doing steroids. Asteroids.
What the fuck? Huh? This has to be drawn because this is not real.
Watch me whip this guy out in the middle of Rainbow Road when you keep dying in the exact same spot.
In this case, he means the Mario Kart Double Dash Rainbow Road, which is dog shit. Like, this Rainbow Road is so ass, it is crazy. You fall off everywhere. You can fall off everywhere. This is one of the worst iterations.
In a game. Me and my friend when we decide to play until we win, and now both of us haven't slept in 3 days. Me, doing side quests, doing the story, recommend 2,400 hours on record. They fixed an issue where players enjoy the game.
Huh?
When you finally find allies in a level, but they're immediately killed before you can do anything and leave you to fight enemies all by yourself again.
This is Halo, kinda, in a sense. Where, like, they throw a bunch of soldiers, like, with you, and then, like, eventually all the soldiers are dead. And then you do it by yourself.
Again, kids watching adults have enough money to buy games. Adults watching kids have enough time to play games. The evolution of garbage trucks. The mobile game in the ad versus the mobile game you installed. Others, that's just a lightning bolt. Gamers, oh my, it's a mystery box.
Can't relate. Can't relate.
You're so bad. Bro, it's skill-based matchmaking.
Kamikaze!
Literally ordered an Xbox One, and this showed up at my door. Sorry, I just couldn't watch you make this mistake. Sincerely, your FBI agent. We've sent a payment to your bank account for 2 million bells for what you left in the drop-off box. Did you sell a villager?
We sent you pay. Oh my god! Look at how many bells! Did you know there was a situation where somebody was doing the deed with somebody else, who they would buy them like a bundle of bells that you could like farm like 5 minutes? Well, now you do.
There is an Overwatch streamer that is playing from a rehabilitation prison cell. That's so cool. ! Prison. I have been placed in the Idaho State Rehabilitation Prison for gang-related carjacking. They have allowed me to stream from here as a form of enrichment.
That's
Video
wild.
games taught me that this dude will sell the strongest gear later in the game. When your squad member lands in a completely different part of the map, we were supposed to be a unit. Suck my unit. Me getting mad at the game and telling myself that I'm never playing it again. Me getting on the same game again 3 hours later.
Because I'm bored. I didn't know what to do, and it also doesn't sit right to just give up. Maybe I should apply that more to life.
I'm not saying I'm definitely an NPC, but if I'm the protagonist, the game I'm starring in is probably free to play. Makes sense. I can only do something useful once every few hours. Ads are everywhere. The pacing seems designed to be deliberately frustrating. A lot of the hassle would go away if I had a ton of money. Nobody. Every kid's wallpaper in 2014. So glad.
Nah. Would I have a wallpaper back then? Not really, no.
I grew up with this, not this. Kept misinputting, so I burned my controller.
Dude, this is a GameCube controller. What are you doing? It's one of the greatest controllers ever.
An insanely hard picture for no reason. Mum, can we get a VR headset? Mum, no son, Dad already has the VR at home. The VR at home.
It's an actual horse. It's an actual horse.
No one has good taste in games. We all have different tastes, and that's okay.
There is certainly good taste in games. Certainly. Like somebody said that he liked Concord. You have no taste in games. 100%. 100%. I don't care. If you say you like Ubisoft games right now, like things like Star Wars Outlaw, you have no good taste.
Burning out of your favorite game, coming back in 2 months, finding it fun again. Gamers will understand. Free user versus paid user. When you're on a lose streak and someone says, it's just a game. Yo, you're the one who sniped me out of a helicopter and
I don't care if it's just a game. I need to win.
Warzone with a car 98 without a scope on it. Yeah, well, I hope you have the worst day of your life tomorrow. Loot time, enemy versus fighting time. The enemies are definitely messing with the Wi-Fi. How it started versus how it's going. The PS2 had 3 different GTAs. GTA 5 has had 3 PlayStations.
True. True, yeah, true. That's very true. Also, they have milked this game dry. They have milked this
Bro's a
game.
strategist. Go A in all chat, and in team chat he said go B. Me saves, clicks exit game. Game. Are you sure
Ah, the reverse psychologist here.
you want to exit? Any unsaved progress will be lost. Ah, you're right. Saves. Evolution. If I can't bring the spoon to my face, then I'll bring my face to the spoon.
This reminds me of when we were in like when we on like a what is it like when we're out with class and like being in another city and like we were eating and like our teacher said like the spoon goes to the face and not the other way around.
Me, do you play Minecraft? My friend. Ooh, no, the graphics are terrible. Minecraft. Finishing a boss fight with 1 HP.
I think that ruins Minecraft. Like some things are like a nice addition, like for water maybe, but like I like the blocky aesthetic.
He left. How it feels having to watch yourself get killed on the final kill cam. I like to cry at the ocean, because only there do my tears seem small. How the hell do I talk to people? Stand in front of them and press
Wobbuffets? Bro is named after Pokemon.
A, okay? What you're doing there is jumping. You just jumped. This review is honestly really appropriate. Recommend. Had 12 kids with 8 different women. Became president, then died when I tried cooking spaghetti. 10 out of
10 out of 10. I don't know. Sims 3 was kinda mid. Sims 4 is really ass, and Sims 2 was actually pretty good.
10. Tell us what you remember about the virus. 900, well, basically 1,000 hours in Animal Crossing. We as a society need to start hyping up all the pixel cows from video games.
Can I recognize which cows are which? This must be Harvest Moon this must be Harvest Moon on the N64. This one I don't know. This one I don't know. This one I don't know either. However, this one could also be Harvest Moon. This one could also be Harvest Moon. They could all be Harvest Moon except for this one. This one I don't know.
Games. Air Assassination today versus Air Assassination in my childhood.
True.
Gamers when there is a chest behind a waterfall. How original. Gamers when there isn't a chest behind a waterfall. Would you play a video game? Of course I would. I have. Spending 3K on a new gaming PC. I don't have time for gaming.
Why would you spend 3K on a gaming PC when you don't have time to play games? That makes no sense, bro.
You played games with your friends, yes? What did it cost? Alarm set for 2 hours and 14 minutes from now. When you have to delete a game to make storage for another. I'm sorry, little one.
I hate it. I hate that when I have to do that. I absolutely hate it. I don't like to uninstall games.
People keep telling me they can't believe I play on a Switch Lite. And like, come on, the screen isn't that small. Dark Souls. Not recommend.
I play on a Switch Lite. The only reason that I'm playing on a Switch Lite is because I am usually not at home that often. So like I usually like go like by train to the university and then back, and like it's like basically 3 hours like going back and forth. And yeah, I can play on the go.
I'm
Easier.
an atheist, and this game genuinely had me looking to the Bible for help. Uneducated zombies versus educated zombies. Hello, we are about to launch an all-out attack on your house. Sincerely, the zombies. Teacher. Okay, class, today we will be talking about Greek mythology. Kids who played God of War.
Sometimes gaming knowledge is useful.
About to play some PS4. I'm not your typical girl. That is not a PS4. Has to be rage bait. I won't talk to him, so he knows I'm mad. Great, she hasn't bothered me all day. Defeat your enemies while you have the chance. Nah, Mario would rather invite them all karting. Everyone, watch the movie. It's not that scary. The movie. Flaming chat when you lose. Flaming chat when you win.
I hate that. I hate that. Back then, like, it wasn't super apparent when there was, like, lava somewhere. So when you were going around and, like, mining, and then, like, you mine something, and you look up, and it's like, oh, okay. I guess there's gonna be lava. Or you mine down, oh, lava. You mine in front of you, oh, lava.
Win. Saying GG when you win. Always saying GG. My life in one picture. Single. When you max out your character before playing the first mission. Character gets shot/stabbed during gameplay versus character getting shot and the same thing that happens to them but in a cutscene. It's so much worse. I'm asking you to look inward and begin asking yourself the big questions. Why is it that in video games, rare is always dark blue and epic is always purple?
Shit, I didn't even realize that. This is actually correct. This is accurate. Yeah. No, I do wonder. Rare is always blue. Is either like dark blue, it's just blue. And epic is purple. This is correct.
Yo, they got Minecraft bread. What? Imagine walking downstairs one day and
Wasn't
you
that just a waffle?
into hell, just like Grandma did. Hey, teachers, video games called
What? Okay.
violent, meanwhile video games. I joined a new server and someone left this by my house. I am now emotional over a virtual block cake. Welcome to the neighborhood. Don't, it got fent. When you're the only
Totally got fent. When you're the only one lagging in the group.
lagging in the group. This goes against physics, the law of physics.
E equals mx plus b squared megasum.
Me, should I buy this game? Brain, no. Wallet, no. Parents, no. Cat,
no.
Universe, no. Me, sold. Friend, I'll be on in 10 minutes. Me, you said that 30 minutes ago. Exactly.
It's like my when somebody like when I want to stream and like somebody needs to like watch over the dog and it's like I'll be home in 30 minutes. No, you don't.
Man pays $750 for a piece of paper he thought was an Xbox One. When did they add
There's no way. There's no way. There's actually... This can't be real. I refuse to believe this. This can't be real.
Pay
$750
for a piece of paper he thought was an Xbox One. When did they add baby dolphins? Can you please put it back in the water?
No. Die.
I'm really glad I got a physical copy of this brand new game so I can download 60 gigabytes off the disc and then install an 11 gigabyte update and then go through all these opening logos to get to the main screen and then a 5-minute loading screen before finally getting into the 12-minute cutscene before playing the hour-long tutorial teaching me how to play the game. How did this get so many likes in just 10 minutes? Because it's a cold truth we all suffer from.
Here's the fact that a lot of people do not know that bought Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. If you buy the game, you have to download a day 1 patch. The problem is that if the Switch servers one day go down and you buy a new Switch just like because you want to play games on it still, like Twitch is dead, you can't connect it to the internet. Here's something interesting that a lot of people don't know. If you play BDSP and you cannot download that day 1 patch, you have the shitty MIDI soundtrack and you can't access the post game, which makes the old DS version of Diamond and Pearl the superior game.
Let's expand your video game taste. If you enjoy Animal Crossing, you should try cleaning and organizing your actual living space. Maintaining friendships as an adult. Well, hi, good morning. I think the last time I talked to you was something like 48 months ago. Recommend.
I mean, that's okay. For men, it's already different because like we can see each other not for 3 years and then everything is just the same when we see each other again. So I guess it's fine.
You can do everything you can't do in real life, like casting magic and talking to girls. He proposed with food. Yes, he is the one. Marry him immediately. I was streaming in 2017. Well,
Does this work? Does this work? I'm gonna propose to a girl with food.
Guys streaming in 3017. Loot box versus cardboard box. My Sim's son built this after his dog died. I don't think he was handling it very well. Man, this IKEA has got all the classics. All the video games in the world. When you spend 3 days downloading a game and your computer won't run it. Me listening to my dead teammates call me trash for not clutching the 1v4 when you just installed a game, but there is a big update.
I hated this so much. I hate this so much. Like, you install a game, it's already 10 gigabytes, and then you have to download another 5.
Mom, why don't you go play with the neighbor's kid? The neighbor's kid. My motivation to play after losing all my stuff in lava.
Pretty
Down to
much,
nil.
yeah.
Me, just trying to complete the game's main quest. Random NPC. I have several quests. When the kid you talked
also.
trash to tells you your full name, address, and IP. Yeah, as a kid, this would actually scare me, but...
Yeah, kinda. I don't know. I didn't really play online games when I was a kid.
Now I'm like, okay, thanks, I guess. My son got his PS5 yesterday, and today he's waking up saying he doesn't feel good, so he can stay at home. Absolutely not.
This is a crime.
You hating.
This is a crime.
Nuketown 2025 is literally next year. We have officially reached UNC status. Just upgraded my PC. Me.
There's a cat in there.
Switching to PC, so I can be bad at the game in 165 FPS. Video games cause violence. Me, while playing.
True, true.
How to make TNT, Minecraft and FBI. Not yet, Ferb. It's getting late and I don't want to be late for school. Night, dudes. See you again tomorrow. Last online 5 years ago. Architects and Tony
True.
Hawk Pro Skater. Guys will see this and think, hell yeah, the perfect pillow does.
Yeah, I'd wear that. I'd wear that. Oh no, not the brain rot. The Simpire.
Doesn't exist. Hey, you're finally awake.
You're finally woke.
I can't believe the fact that my boyfriend has almost 600 hours on ACNH, but almost has 0 terraforming done and barely any paths. And when I asked how the hell that's even possible, all he had to say was, I like to fish. Hans Jorgen Olsen, a 12-year-old
that's
Norwegian
funny.
boy, saved himself
That is
and his
funny.
sister from a moose attack using skills learned in World of Warcraft. When the moose attacked them, the first thing he did was taunt and provoke the animal so that it would leave his sister alone and she could run to safety. Once he was a target, he feigned death, a skill he had picked up at level 30 in the game.
I'm very confused.
Games be like, April Fool's update, actual updates, when the loading screen goes black and you see the reflection. Me.
I guess that's what Asmongold has to see every single day.
Planning my future versus me planning my Minecraft house. Sony making movies. But
I'll literally just make blocks. I literally just make blocks. It's just like a huge block house. Sony making movies, yeah, this kinda. It's Morbin time. These movies were pretty as.
versus Sony making games. Looking for claim.
Even Sony doesn't make good games anymore, that many.
In Minecraft be like, level 150, level 1. PSP navigation is still usable. If you remember this, you've been here a long time. My first and only tattoo so far, that I got at 18. Y'all got any cover-up ideas? Just ask Blizzard, they're good at covering stuff up. Video games. A pen is
Remember all the sexual abuse allegations in Blizzard? Yeah, they're good at covering up.
mightier than a sword. Pens do not battle, nor swords poetry. Mighty is the hand that knows when to pick up the pen, or pick up the sword. I refuse to go that way. It's too bright for a horror game. Something will jump out at me and go, ooh boogly woo, boogly woogly woo.
He didn't pronounce it very well.
One time I was playing Skywars on Minecraft and some guys started flying and killing people. All of a sudden, the guy next to me flew up and they had a mid-air battle while everyone watched. He killed the first guy and then left the game himself. He was a nice guy for doing that. The two hackers.
You can't attack the regular guys. I will stop you. The perfect night doesn't exist. Kinda. Oh, the lo-fi girl. Remember the lo-fi girl? Yeah.
The perfect night doesn't exist. When it's raining, listening to lo-fi, 3 AM and playing Minecraft, that is the best feeling in the world. Rate my grandma's setup. How much did that cost? She got a 4090.
That is not a PC.
Ryzen 9. This is a matter of opinion. Who is Mario and Luigi's reliable... I thought it said reliable sidekick. Definitely Bowser.
Rideable. Yoshi, Toad, Bowser, Peach. Peach? Peach?
Headache, stomach ache, okay. Doubling up beds in Minecraft knowing you have no one to sleep next to. Username, unavailable. This username is unavailable. So let me get this straight. You think PS3, Xbox 360, and the Wii are retro? I do, and I'm tired of pretending they are not.
They are not retro. What are you yapping? I'm not that old. Hello, Phantom Fox. How are you doing? Fish? Fish!
Not the Xbox 360, no. Not the Wii either. I would say Nintendo 3D, like the DS, yeah. Updating Steam. Okay, but what changed? Nothing changed. Nothing ever changes, does it, Steam? Nothing.
Good question.
Which game had you like this when it was announced, but like this when it came out? This is me.
This is Dragon Ball The Breakers, to me. This is Dragon Ball The Breakers. Straight as.
Me, in terms of the Minecraft movie. Heard about it, seemed really, really cool, really hype. Looks awful.
I'm saying it again. Since when is it permissible to serve children slop?
You can tack on and dragons after any title and it'll be 900% better. Dungeons and Dragons. That's twice the dragons. You literally...
True. Tuna. Okay.
We cannot go wrong with this.
I don't know.
Can you describe your favorite game as boring as possible? Weirdest thing about video games is finding new clothing / armor for your character on dead NPCs. Like, it's such a shame Greg died, but thank God his pants are just my size. It's such a shame the spider died. Good thing he was carrying pants, a helmet, and a sword. This wolf had $5. Watching someone play a video game and having someone watch you play video games is an underrated way to spend quality time.
Having a girl just like cuddling with you while you play video games is the ultimate experience.
Time together. Fishing in normal video games versus fishing in Subnautica. I can't play Subnautica.
True. In Subnautica, you just grab stuff. Also, this is not how you grab a fish.
It's too scary. My parents to me, you can't, no. My mum and dad, well, my family in general, they let me play any game. Me to my future children, you can't play that. Why? It sucks. Here's a better game.
True. That will be me.
I know Raid Shadow Legends is bad because I've never seen not safe for work of any of the characters. 6 works in Raid Shadow Legends video game. Yeah, I knew it was bad, but this is dire. Me at my gamer funeral, on my gamer deathbed, is dead. Priest, my fellow gamers, today we press F, but from here on, crowd. We must press W and move forward. Everyone unequips their hats.
I'm confused.
Band claims Rockstar Games offered them $7.5k to use their song in GTA 6 with no future royalties. Their response, GTA 5 made $8.6 billion. Go screw yourself. We got damn GTA 6 drama before GTA 6. When the game journalists have to review the Dark Souls remaster, it's like the Dark Souls are...
When are we getting a Bloodborne remaster? Sony... Instead of, like, trying to bring back Concord, because it appears they're trying to bring it back because they're updating the files. Where's Bloodborne?
Sneeze. Oh, it hurts because I'm ill. Oh, it needs to be some sort of machine which just makes me unable to... I kind of like sneezing, but not when you're ill, it hurts. I think one of the worst feelings when it comes to sneezing is when you can't sneeze when you need to sneeze. Who would fall for this trap? Gen Alpha. This is going in a Gen Alpha meme video.
True. These were funny and true. These were funny and true. These were funny. Yeah, these were great. Anyways. Let's watch this. That's an interesting intro. Okay, so apparently this is about the what is it? The weird cornflakes by Mr. Beast. So the Lunchly. I don't know anything about it. I really don't. So yeah, let's get into it. Why it's cringe.
Hey guys, Lunchly, the new Lunchables ripoff made by KSI, Logan Paul, and Mr. Beast, has come under a little bit of fire recently on the internet thanks to a tweet by one of the most legendary Minecraft YouTubers of all time, Dan TDM. Now, if you somehow managed to miss all this drama as it's been unfolding for the last few weeks, allow me to fill you in. So a couple of...
I missed all of it. The entire thing. I missed really all of it. I did not see anything of it.
Weeks ago, Mr. Beast, KSI, and Logan Paul announced their new product, which is Lunchly. This is, as I said, pretty much just...
Okay, the only thing that I know is that KSI was getting absolutely cooked because of his song.
Rip-off of Lunchables. They even specifically compare themselves to Lunchables all the time. And there was a tweet made by Dexerto on September 16th of 2024 that says, Mr. Beast, KSI, and Logan Paul are releasing Lunchly, a Lunchables competitor. Competitor, rip-off, you know, interchangeable, I guess. It will feature Prime, Feastables chocolate...
So, the pal world of cereals. Pretty much.
And a variation of food. Yeah, I hope there's food in it. A variation of food. What a fucking crazy way of just saying that there's gonna be food in there. There will be some variation of food in there. Something that you can eat. Doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Anyways, the one thing I take from this tweet is this picture of all of them completely unable to smile like a normal human being. Like,
true. This looks also forced. Wait, let me go back. No, not out. Back. Look at this. This is not the smile of a happy man. This is not a smile of a happy man. And this is not even a smile.
Smile like a normal human being. Like, look at them. None of them can even pretend that they are happy about this. Mr. Beast is pulling his signature thumbnail face where he's like, his mouth is smiling but not his eyes. This is horrifying. Logan's trying a little bit harder to smile, but not that hard. I guess he doesn't have much experience smiling, which makes sense. Spent too much time in the woods, huh, Logan? And then KSI's doing that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's not even a smile.
That's funny. Anyways, back to the important stuff. Dan TDM, as I mentioned earlier, who was an extremely popular Minecraft YouTuber back in the day, he made a quote tweet to that original tweet saying, "What happened to YouTubers, man? I can't not say anything anymore. This is selling stuff for the sake of making money. Simple. How does this benefit their fans? This is selling crap to kids who don't know better than to trust the people who are selling it to them. Do better." Now, this tweet absolutely popped off. It had hundreds of thousands of likes, and pretty much everyone agreed. What Dan is saying here is that this isn't a product made for their fans.
I think Jacksepticeye has kind of made a point like that, where he did like a lie detector thing and like ask him like, do you like Mr. Beast? And he said no, and like stuff like he said basically like Mr. Beast has made it more about like money, this entire thing, like YouTube, Twitch, whatever you want to call it, like the content creation space, and less about making like videos and stuff. And I do agree. I do agree that it is nowadays a lot less about like just having fun and more about like how can I be the next whatever, like the next Kaisina, the next KSI, the next Logan Paul, whatever.
This isn't merch. This isn't a passion project. The only thing that this can be considered is a new business for these three to milk money from their fans. Dude, can I go one video without saying fucking milk? What is wrong with me? Anyways, pretty much right after Dan had made this tweet, KSI took it upon himself to
He wants the milk from mommy milkers.
And obviously, as KSI is a 31-year-old man, he responded extremely maturely by quote tweeting the original tweet with old merchandise that Dan TDM used to sell and saying, "Looks like crap to me." Wow. That's mature. Maturity really shining through. Hey, you know what? Now that KSI said it, I think I want a couple boxes of Lunchly.
Oh, yeah.
Let me spend money on Lunchly now. What the f did you think this was gonna accomplish, KSI? You're gonna scour the internet for merchandise Dan TDM used to sell because he made fun of a product that you didn't even personally make? Dude, everybody knows you didn't come up with the idea for Lunchly. You three got together and thought, how can we make a shit ton of money? This is merchandise.
This is just merch. And I don't even have like the context on when this was made, where this was made.
This is merchandise for his fans. Anyways, obviously, this didn't go over well. Who could have guessed?
Also, it's not like even comparable. One is food. If I eat it, it is gone permanently. Well, there's some people that keep their shit probably around with like a fetish, but that's not the point. At least with merchandise, if I take good care of it, I'm gonna have it for a while.
Not only did KSI get a lot of hate from this one tweet, but he was also community noted on this tweet, in which it says, not only has KSI worked with them before, but the CEO of U2's, Austin Long, got his start by managing the Sidemen and was an executive producer on their YouTube Red show. Looks like shit to me, man. So after KSI
Getting cooked by the community notes. Community notes strike again!
made this expertly prepared response to the criticism that Dan TDM was giving to the company and not KSI himself, a lot of drama started ensuing. And KSI actually wasn't the only one to respond. Of course, Logan Paul also took it upon his very mature 30-year-old self to reply to this. And as we know, Logan Paul is extremely good at responding to controversy.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
Anyways, Logan's response was a video. It seems like it was in one of his vlogs, but I just found it on Twitter, so let's see how he responded.
Let me put this in the context. Imagine being a motherfucker who's angry.
So he edited a picture of Dan TDM looking really angry. So obviously Dan's in the wrong. I mean, how else am I gonna know who's wrong if they're not making a dumb face?
That we made this. Crackers, bro? You mad cause we made crackers?
Crackers, bro!
Crackers, bro?
Oh, so this isn't even cereal, it's just crackers. I didn't even pay attention.
No!
That's how much I don't care, actually.
What an immature understanding of this entire controversy. Logan Paul is either expertly manipulating his audience or he really genuinely thinks like this. And if he does, that's very concerning. You are a 30-year-old man. Maybe you got punched in the head one too many times, Logan. Maybe consider that.
Crackers, bro?
Crackers?
I mean, boxing does create brain damage. I mean, there is a chance.
Bro, why does he say it like that? Crackers? He's so condescending and so 100% sure that he is in the right. Like, he is so convinced we're all gonna agree with him. Like, dude, most people in the world already don't like you. You really didn't have to sell Lunchly for this to happen. I'm sure it would have happened soon enough.
This is what you're mad about?
Bruh, look, he's got stupid face. You really want to believe this guy? Look at me. I don't look stupid.
It's a turkey, real cheese, and cracker stack. And by the way, it's great.
It's still just slop. You're selling your fans slop. What do you mean?
By the way, it's great. It only is $2.99 at your local Walmart. It's great. Guys, by the way, tastes good too. Should buy it. You should buy it. This is pathetic, dude. How has his response to controversy started?
Also, when you look at like the packaging, there's like nothing in there. This is a whole lot of plastic and nothing in there. I can get like stuff here that's like twice as much for like half of the money. What?
As a condescending, immature response to the entire controversy and then just devolved into an advertisement for Lunchly.
I mean, yes, we made nachos as well with queso, but I think if you're getting mad about nachos, that's a you problem. Oh, and the pizza. It's literally called the pizza. But same thing, like, you're mad about pizza? Like 500,000 favorites because we made pizza, crackers, and nachos?
Yeah, why?
So his criticism turned into an ad. That's interesting.
He's mad about pizza? What? He's mad about crackers? Oh, that looks so good. Oh, I want that. Oh, I want to eat that. I want to eat that.
No, that wasn't necessary.
Crackers? No.
Anyways, I think it's pretty obvious that Logan knows that the majority of his fan base are children, and they aren't going to understand the nuance.
Children, young adults, yeah, pretty much.
Of exploiting their fans. So all he has to do is go, crackers, bro. You really mad about the pizza? And all his fans are gonna agree. But unfortunately for Logan, a lot of his fans have now grown up and have, functioning frontal cortexes. And at this point, most of us are able to understand that this whole situation is already being blown way out of proportion. Dan TDM made a comment, it blew up, it hurt your guys' feelings, I guess. I don't even know why. It's your business. It's not about you guys. And now everybody's responding. And as we can see here, Mr. Beast responded to a drama alert tweet about the product that says, Lunchables sells hundreds of millions of units and countless people eat it. Our goal is to give people a better for you alternative to it. Our turkey meal, for example, is 80 less calories, 60% less sugar, more electrolytes, and we use real cheese. They use cheese product. They can't, and then it cuts off. I can't find the original tweet for this, so anyways.
Interesting.
It does not stop there. So not too long after this controversy kicked off, KSI tweeted again saying a lot has happened these past few days online, so here I am addressing everything below, and he has a link. So as we know, KSI can be trusted in good faith, so...
Phantom Fox, why are you what?
When you click on the link, it takes you to an apology addressing this controversy. Actually, it takes you to KSI's new song, which sucks.
This is considered music? This is considered music? I think they're ratioing, by the way, on his own song, if I remember correctly. They are pretty much ratioing him.
So KSI actually got a community note on this, basically saying that he's not allowed to do this based on Twitter's guidelines and it's 100% misleading. So he doubles down and responds to that same tweet with another tweet where he says, the countdown is up. The apology video is now live and ready for you to view. And then he's community noted again, where it says, as with the quoted tweet, this link is misleading as it is a promotion for his new single. So obviously KSI is taking it very well. And the song that he links to
This is a grown-up man. This is a grown man! Acting like a kid!
This tweet isn't like a diss track or anything, but apparently there is some type of like Easter egg that kind of pokes at the controversy. It kind of pokes at Dan TDM. I don't really know, but let's watch this clip here. Who the fuck is that? That is not KSI. Oh, did somebody say coworker music? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? A Prime bottle? Anyway.
The song is an ad.
Because obviously I can't show you the whole song because I'd get copyrighted pretty much immediately. Let's read some lyrics from it. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where it snows. I skied in and they froze. I don't know, nothing about no ice. I'm just...
Okay. If you don't know anything about music, you should not make a song. And it was very apparent from the comments. It was very apparent of the for the reception of the song. The lyrics are dog shit. Like I don't get it. Like is it just like him promoting himself? What is this?
What the fuck? What? What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't make any sense. 40-something milli subs or so, I've been told. Okay, I think that is the Easter egg towards Dan TDM. He is so hurt, he couldn't even help but release his song without putting in some type of response to Dan TDM. And of course, it fucking sucks. I'm in my prime.
And I'm gonna be honest, most people, like, if you don't look like at the lyrics, most people wouldn't probably notice that.
Oh, I wonder what that's in reference to. Some type of drink. And this ain't even final form. Oh, this shit is so ass. Oh my god.
This shit's so ass. Also, like, interesting, the freezer reference.
Anyways, yeah, Song sucks, but that's not where KSI stopped. Editor Cooper jumping in real quick because I forgot to mention a few tweets like this one where KSI gets mad at Dan TDM for doing a sponsorship, I guess, like a brand deal. I don't really think this is comparable at all to creating a shitty Lunchables ripoff just to sell bullshit to your fans, but whatever. He also makes this tweet where he says, this whole Dan TDM and Lunchley beef really shows that I'm in the thick of it, which is in reference to his song, so I don't know if that means the song is a diss track. I don't know. And also this tweet where he says, hey yo, Dan TDM, why don't you come over to Sidecast and let's talk this out like men. So yeah.
You were acting like a child. Why would he do that? You aren't a man to begin with, if we take this into consideration.
Clearly, KSI is taking this very well. Because about a week ago, Marquise Brownlee, if you know who that is, very popular YouTuber, was canceled for some controversy, right? And KSI quote tweeted that tweet about Marquise's cancellation and mockingly quotes Dan TDM's tweet and then says, some dumbass YouTuber said this exact thing to me the other day. Rather than complaining, crying, and trying to cancel a YouTuber for creating a product, here's an idea. If you don't want/like a product, just don't buy it. Simple. I think it's crazy that he calls Dan.
You can't really apply this to children though, which is like the problem. Like an adult may see that, a child does not. Or a young teen, like whatever you want to call
TDM,
it.
Some dumbass YouTuber, when Dan TDM is way more popular than KSI is. Yeah, I guess he's out of his prime, you know, the shit drink you guys sell. But Dan TDM is way more important to the landscape of YouTube than you ever will be, KSI. I'm sorry to tell you that. Anyways, obviously, very mature reaction to this entire situation, you know. So mature that you see somebody...
Bro is shooting. Bro is shooting.
else getting in trouble and you take it upon yourself to make it about you and, you know, that mature stuff. Anyways, KSI then makes another tweet about Dan TDM, unprovoked. Dan TDM, I haven't said this yet. Dan, as far as I know, hasn't said anything since that first tweet. This is KSI just unprovoked saying more shit about Dan TDM. So let's read what he said here. Thanks for the free promo, pussy, at Dan TDM. DM me your bank details for the payment, LMAO. KSI, what changed? You went from one of the most like beloved YouTubers for kids nowadays to like some fucking asshole who thinks he's better than Dan TDM because, I don't know, he did Minecraft YouTube and he made fun of your product. Anyways, KSI wasn't done there.
And because he criticized your practices as a content creator? Couldn't you have, like, properly responded to the criticism? Yeah, the situation is in fact cringe. It is.
Because Kai Cenat recently released some type of teaser for a promo that he's doing with McDonald's. He's gonna have a Kai Cenat meal. Who gives a Anyways, KSI quote tweeted that and said, Dan TDM, where you at? And that was yesterday as of recording. The original tweet was on the 16th of September. KSI, give it up, man. Give it up. All of this over crackers, bro? Crackers?
It's like, dude, he's not gonna respond. Let it go.
It's unbelievably immature. Any age above 24 and you should not be acting like this at all, especially on the internet. Sometimes we're wrong, man. Sometimes we say the wrong thing. Sometimes we make the wrong product. Sometimes we put all our effort into something and people still don't like it. And you know what that is? That's fucking life. Not everything goes your way. And sometimes you are the subject of criticism and you just have to...
I also call this main character syndrome. This is clearly main character syndrome.
Take it. You just have to accept it and you have to apologize. Just imagine this whole situation could have just not happened if nobody responded to Dan TDM. Nobody would even remember any of this. Would people still be making fun of Lunchley? Probably, yeah. I mean, just as many people make fun of Prime, but it's still a very successful product. Dude, I'm sure Lunchley tastes fine. I'm sure it's a fine product. I'm sure you guys put some time and money and effort into this, and that's okay, okay? That's okay. Your product will probably be fine. There's enough 6-year-olds.
The problem is, like, the product was gonna be fine until, what's the word I would use? Until KSI, like, lost his shit. Because now people are gonna clown on it.
out there
Forever.
obsessed with Prime for you guys to survive, okay? You're all right. So yeah, that's the controversy explained. I'm sorry it's so long. If you already knew about it, then you probably skipped all the way to here anyways. Anyways, there was also a little bit of controversy surrounding this video posted by Logan Paul on TikTok, and it's basically just an advertisement with all three of them comparing Lunchly to Lunchables. You know, the thing they copied their entire product around, you know. I just think it's so funny that you like make a product completely based on another product and then you try to shit on the other product. Like, what?
Okay, let me look up what that is even. Like Lunchable, what is that? Pictures. This is like literally a copy. Okay, I looked it up. This is literally a copy.
What the fuck? What are you doing? Aren't you just shitting on
Like
your own
even like the packaging looks like similar.
product?
Lunchable.
Super
With
similar.
Lunchable, you get double the amount of liquid.
Yes, more liquid. You know, every time I open up a Lunchable, I'm like, where's all the liquid? I need more liquid. I need exactly twice as much liquid than this.
No sugar added, more electrolytes, and more B vitamins. Crunch bar. Feastables crunch.
Huh? What? Crunch bar. Boo. Feastables crunch bar. Yes!
No shit, you would promote your own like brand in your own video. What the fuck? Of course you would.
It's the same fucking thing. You guys make the fucking chocolate in the same factories. It's the same fucking thing.
Pizza uses real cheese. Theirs, as it says on their box, is mozzarella pasteurized prepared cheese product. They can't even call it real cheese.
Again. You're making a video promoting your own product. The Lunchable dudes could do the exact same thing and reverse it. Literally.
Real cheese. Woo! Why are KSI and Logan Paul doing this? What are you guys doing? Why are you both trying to look hard, bro? You're selling this to like 7-year-olds.
Bro is trying to be a Giga Chad or something?
Calories, 3 less grams of fat, and 8 less grams of sugar. Turkey stack 'em, 310 calories. 230 calories.
Wait, 230? That's almost 100 less calories. Is that a good thing? Don't kids need like 500 calories per meal or something? Starbucks starves kids even better than the other one. Like, dude, kids need fucking energy to survive.
7 grams of sugar. If you look at this close up, you can already tell which one.
Okay, which is which? Genuinely, which is which? I'm assuming this one is Lunchables, but I don't know. This doesn't look as appealing as they're trying to make it out. I mean, that's definitely some variety of food. For sure.
Has better ingredients. All right, we'll start off with the Lunchables.
Bro, I'm sorry, that's trash.
P.U. This is stinky.
That's
Ugh,
trash.
gross. You couldn't think of any better way to advertise your product than to eat the competitor and go, oh, gross. This one stinks.
This is so childish. No wonder I didn't find out
This is
about
the
this.
worst
This is super
advertisement
childish.
All right, now we're trying Lunchly. Come on. We're not biased at all, but ours is way better.
We're not biased at all, but these are freaking delicious. You should ask your mom if you can use her credit card right now.
Fiesta nachos. 22 grams of sugar. 10 grams of sugar.
Dude, why does Logan Paul look like he's about to shit himself?
7 grams of protein. 9 grams of protein.
Come in close and look at the queso cheese in Lunchly versus whatever that is. Drip versus stick. I like my cheese drippy, bruh.
I like my cheese drippy, bruh. I like my cheese drippy, bruh. I like my cheese drippy, bruh. Dude, these look almost exactly the same. You guys just have white cheese and theirs is yellow. Like, what's the difference? Oh, wait. Their cheese is drippy, bruh.
This chili salsa right here. Look at the consistency, the texture. And this is Lunchables.
All right, I'm not even trying to be funny. That looks like shit. That looks like genuine shit. I can see the staleness on these chips, man. I don't know, dude. The Lunchables almost...
Yeah,
This looks
just
better. I'm
my
not
brain
trying
is
to, like,
already
I'm
rotting.
just
I don't
saying,
even know
I'm
what
just-
to
I'm
say.
being
Quite
honest.
literally,
I'm
my
being
brain
100%
is
honest.
literally
With
rotting.
400 milligrams of electrolytes, my God! And it's available for around $4. Super affordable.
$4? What the fuck? $4 dude, I could get a 4 for $4. I'm not spending fucking $4 on this shit. Anyways, there's also this video of all three of them running with a Lunchly box, and it just gets progressively bigger and bigger because, oh, my baby brain need more stimulation, please. Mother, bring me your credit.
That's another criticism I have for Mr. Beast. His entire editing is just like TikTok ADHD. I hate it. I cannot sit through a Mr. Beast video.
Lunchly, man. Are you kidding
I really
me?
can't.
That's delicioso right there. That's Riz approved.
Whatever, dude. Listen, I'll give you a pass because it's the Rizzler, but I don't believe him. I didn't think I was gonna speak on this, but it's
That
been
actually
developed.
got me. That actually got me. The kid got me. Look at this shit. I need to go back.
Whatever.
Let me go
dude.
back. Let me go further back.
And it just gets progressively bigger and bigger because
Wait,
oh my
wait,
baby
that was
brain
good,
need
actually.
more stimulation, please. Mother, bring me your credit card. I must purchase this. They even got the fucking Rizzler to try Lunchly, man. Are you kidding me?
That's delicioso right there. That's Riz approved.
Whatever, dude.
Oh, that's
listen, I'll give you
good.
a pass because it's the Rizzler, but I don't believe him. I didn't think I was gonna speak on this, but it's been developing since literally mid of September. Literally yesterday.
Interesting.
I made another tweet, and I had to. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That was a waste of my time. That was horrendous. These are grown men acting like teenagers. Okay, guys, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. So yeah, I'll hit up my little, my little be right back screen, and then I'll be right back. I'm back. Ugh. My model is no longer reacting. That's interesting. Now it should? Now it should. Okay. Chat. Chat. Interesting. 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 Okay. Listen. Is it bigotry to say that the religious right isn't running the United States? Isn't that interesting? You know? Isn't that interesting to see? But yeah, this was interesting. I got another one. I got another one. The Age of OnlyFans Regrets. The Age of OnlyFans Regret. I haven't watched that yet. I will watch that though, but I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, interesting to see that saying that the religious right isn't in power right now is bigotry. I have officially established that under my comment section. I found the fucking retard. Seems interesting. If I look at the world, most of the countries are ran by like more left-leaning governments. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong. Anyways, that's very interesting to say that the religious right is running the world. That's an interesting point. Maybe I am just wrong. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird when people come into my comment section. They call me a bigot and then like, okay, cool. Let's continue. I don't care, bro. I really don't. And then they don't even explain shit. They're just there. Okay, so the Age of OnlyFans Regrets. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. This is a Sidney Watson video. And yeah, there will be a time where people will regret this. Obviously, they will regret this when they're trying to find a partner. They're gonna regret this when they have children and the children are getting bullied. They will regret this eventually, and some of them, like when we look at corn stars, they even delete themselves. Interesting, huh? Yeah, let's get into it.
Yeah. And so I think that for me was like OnlyFans. I was like, oh, I'll do this on the side. Like, it'll just be extra money. A lot of girls in Scottsdale do it. Like, it's kind of the norm out here in the West.
I don't know how people can cope right now having teenage and young daughters. What is this? Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome.
I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna be very controversial. I will do whatever it takes to make sure that when I have a daughter, if I ever have a daughter, I will make absolutely sure that that daughter is not gonna even think about doing adult content.
Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by Foom. Now, hopefully I have titled this video what I wanted to title it as of filming this, but if I have done that, it means that this video is in fact demonetized. So sad. And if that is in fact the case, then you should take yourselves over to my new news website called The Publica, read some of the articles that we've been working very hard on, stay tuned for the show that I have that'll be dropping there soon, and sign up as a
She has her own
member.
website?
You
Didn't
won't
even know
regret
that.
it. Or maybe you will. And if you do regret it, at least you'll know how all the
Hey, is that an ad for her website?
OnlyFans girls feel these days. That was hard to say. But very smooth, and we're off to a rare and good start. So I've actually been lurking in the shadows of this topic for quite some time. I made a video a while back discussing the parasocial relationship between men who pay for OnlyFans and the women who produce the content. But I haven't ever really taken us down the road of exclusively looking at the women. At least not in the ways that they're used to. Now, over the last little while, a podcast called Whatever keeps showing up on all of my social media feeds. And every video I have watched without fail has some young 20-something woman defending her...
What is this podcast called? The Whatever podcast? And like Fresh and Fit and stuff. These podcasts are so silly because they don't pick the average girl. I never understood this. They are not picking the average chick from like a small town. They are not doing that. It's also just framing, just like from the other side. It literally it's just like manipulation from the other spectrum, but it's manipulation nonetheless.
OnlyFans account. In fact, one clip from about a month ago was particularly interesting to me. To begin, one of the girls explains that she's making a lot of money on OnlyFans.
This may be a personal question, but were you affluent before OnlyFans?
No. And so I think that for me was like OnlyFans. I was like, oh, I'll do this on the side. Like, it'll just be extra money. A lot of girls in Scottsdale do it. Like, it's kind of the norm out here in the West. And, you know, I come from like the middle of nowhere where that's not a thing. And so I just think since it's so normal, I just based it as like, oh, it's just a side hustle. Yeah. And then it kind of turned in from a side hustle to like, okay, wow, I'm making a lot of money.
Then another girl chimes in and adds that whether or not a woman's future children will be embarrassed by her OnlyFans images depends entirely upon where she lives.
If you raise your kid in LA, like, there are so many sex workers here that I don't think that, you know, specifically one of ours necessarily is going to be the talk of the town when there's like so many plus years now going on between now and then.
Then there is...
I say this in another video where this scene came up. Great. Instead of your kid being the only one that get bullied, fine, it'll be 3 or 4 kids that get bullied. Still gonna be kids that are getting bullied. That's not gonna change.
Is this odd part where the women assert it's easy to have not safe for work photos taken off the internet.
So let me ask you a question. So if you're so against it, I'm just curious, why wouldn't you delete your OnlyFans if you... I've already spoken about this. I was big enough to where my pornography is going to be out there.
You can get it taken down very easily.
You can't.
Yes, you can. 100% you can.
You can't.
So it's gonna be
yes,
there.
you can.
I was just curious why you can't. I was just curious. I know.
You
Okay,
can
listen.
pay, trust
You
me.
guys have been doing this for 6 months too.
I also have lawyers that literally tell like you just pay for it and it gets taken.
Ma'am, where do you think the phrase "the internet is forever" comes from? Ah, the internet.
Somebody, somewhere, has a picture of your holds saved on his hard drive. Bro can just re-upload it over and over and over again. So unless you're like hardware banned from like a website, if that even is possible, you ain't getting rid of these.
That generation don't even understand the internet. I just want to discriminate against Gen Z. This clip is only 6 minutes, but a lot is...
Hey, it's not my fault these women don't get it. There's plenty of women that understand this. It's not my fault.
Said, and there's a lot to unpack, which we will do. But this isn't the only thing I've seen recently in relation to this topic. One of the highest earning OnlyFans models, called Black China, recently announced she had deleted her account, had removed her breast implants, taken out her fillers, and was embracing Christianity. It's okay if you don't know who that is. I didn't either until Instagram forced me to.
I don't know who that is either.
Another OnlyFans model called Diana Deeds took her own life a few months back.
Yeah, a lot of like adult film stars do it as well. Of course, sad. I don't want these people these women to die. Obviously, makes sense. And it's a shame because if they went down a different path, they would probably still be alive. It's just like that our society promotes this like really, really like a lot, which means that a lot of women are going down that path. They realize it like when it's way too late, and then they take their lives. Sad.
We
Sad
actually
indeed.
discussed her once before on this channel. She was accused of fan of the playground baiting for editing her face to appear extremely young and childlike. My point is, this topic is everywhere, and women will comfortably sit on the internet or on podcasts and shows telling you how easy and breezy it is to have an OnlyFans account when the reality is a lot darker. So that's what we're going to talk about today, my Hell Gondola Voyagers, the not so lovely world of OnlyFans. There is of course a lot to this topic, but I think it's important to cut through some of the noise and outline precisely why we are in the age of OnlyFan regret, and it's only going to get worse. But you know what shouldn't get worse and should in fact get better? Your bad habit.
We're jumping into an ad. Like, the problem with, like, again, to me it's very simple. Sex work shouldn't be a thing at all. I'll be completely honest. That is my opinion. You can think of that what you want, but to me it is very simple. It shouldn't exist at all. And it's kind of weird that, like, women fought to not be sexualized just to, like, society pushing them to sexualizing themselves. So it's kind of weird, like how we went like one step forward and two steps back, kind of, when it comes to like that stuff. It's just weird to me.
Which
Nothing
is why
more.
today's video is sponsored by Foom. Cold turkey may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to
Food.
break your bad habits. And once again, no, I am not
Food.
referring to doing a rain dance or some weird brain.
Okay, this.
With a little digging, it turned out that Servani had made her OnlyFans account only a month before, in March. By April, she was claiming she made enough to purchase a whole house. This tweet went viral at the beginning.
Why am I not believing that? Why am I actually not believing that? What if I think that's actually not true? What if I think that's actually a lie?
Of the pandemic. People were experiencing mass lockdowns, restrictions, and loss of income. In fact, before the pandemic, most people likely hadn't ever heard of OnlyFans before, and hadn't even contemplated selling intimate images online. While OnlyFans was founded in 2016, this was the period of time that the platform started to balloon. From March to April of 2020, around the same time that Servani was making her posts, the site grew by 75%. OnlyFans
75%. Wow. That's a lot of women.
CEO Tim Stokely
Guess it's overly women. There's some men on there, but they should quit as well, obviously.
said that they were seeing about 200,000 new users every 24 hours, 7,000 to 8,000 of which were signing up as creators. I feel like there's a joke to be made
Okay, so
here.
like, just like overall user base. So that's a lot of men that pay money to watch this. Men, why? Men who support this, why are you doing that? The hub is free.
About how the government created sex workers. Something, we're all getting fucked. So we have to assume that seeing a tweet like Sarvani's only convinced people further that OnlyFans was a viable way to make a stack of cash.
It wasn't. $180 is the average a month. That's the average.
Fast. This message was
That is
only
the
driven home
average.
harder by major celebrities. In April 2020, the site got a shout out from Beyonce in a remix of the song Savage, which I will never listen to. By August,
Me neither.
actress Bella Thorne had made an account. Shortly after announcing, she reportedly crashed the site from the number of people attempting to sign up. Dr. Philchild, Bad Baby, the one who says, "Cash me outside." Yeah, her. She joined a year later in 2021 on the day she turned 18. She reportedly made $1 million in 24 hours.
We're fucked. We're fucked. Never mind. We're absolutely fucked.
After her account went live. Which is, weird. That is weird. I will never not think that's weird. Sorry. Since then, countless celebrities and internet personalities have joined OnlyFans. It actually appears to be remarkably common to do so. And yes, those of you who are sticklers for accuracy, OnlyFans is not only not safe for work content, you can put other things on the site, like baking.
What are you?
an idiot sandwich.
However, the OnlyFans stars gaining the most attention are women who make an eye-watering amount of money on the site
$100,000 in a month!
posting nudies. It's hard to imagine that other ladies wouldn't look at this and think, hey, that could be me. And why wouldn't they? Apparently this OnlyFans luck isn't exclusive to celebrities. It can happen to anyone. Except, and unfortunately, in the vast majority of cases, it doesn't play out like that. Remember our friend Servani's viral tweet? Well, her OnlyFans exit message was posted less than a year later.
$45,000. $2,000 in tips, $0 on posts, $20,000, almost $21,000 on messages, 9.5k on referrals. No money on stream. This is insane.
Later, she said that she took her OnlyFans money and started a business, and thus her OnlyFans account was no more. In the photo she posted, you can see the amount she made was just
77k. 77k, almost 78k.
Under $78,000. Which, like, I don't know, does not seem anywhere near enough to buy a house and start a business. Unless the business is basically you selling naked photos of yourself on the internet. Too soon. Got it. Now, $78,000 is certainly a decent sum of money, but it isn't the hundreds of thousands most people would assume this woman made. And you're probably wondering why I bring this up. It's because OnlyFans feels like something akin to a pyramid scheme, and posts like Sarvani's, which very well could have been paid for by
It's just literally what's the term? It's literally just like hiring women. Pretty much.
The company itself only served to get women in the door with the promise of making their own boatload of cash. In the years since, in the many articles we've seen with similar claims about young women buying luxury items because of OnlyFans, how many of these stories are actually true? How many of these women actually made bank? The problem is the platform doesn't actually function that way at all. For starters, the majority of OnlyFans creators are women, and the majority of content on the site is considered not safe for work. But rather than making hundreds of thousands of dollars, the average OnlyFans creator makes less than $180 per month. A pretty far...
So pretty much you are putting your body out there for basically nothing. And then when somebody finds out, it's all over the internet. Good luck.
From being enough to buy a house. And more than that, the top 1% of earners make 33% of all revenue earned on the site, and the top 10% earn almost 75% of all money made. So the reality is, when it all shakes out, you're not gonna Bella Thorne yourself out of poverty. Spare change. What's arguably worse about all of this,
That's great.
although all of it is quite bad
That
on
is
its
great.
own, is that the website is sold as a place where an individual can be the ultimate self-employed business person. Post intimate images, get paid, profit. It sounds great. Until it's not. And until you have to take a quick trip into the IRS wants to take most of your money. Remember when the whatever podcast girls claimed the internet is in fact not forever? Well, it turns out that OnlyFans seems to be under the same illusion. And yes, the site itself does offer a degree of safety. And when I say safety, I mean physical safety, in the sense that you can take a picture, post it online, and then you don't have to go into, like, I don't know, some guy's dingy flat, or have to walk.
However, that does not protect you from a stalker. Because if a stalker would want to find you, he will. Because VTubers aren't safe from stalkers. What makes you think you are?
Walk the streets like a woman of the night and potentially get murdered by a Jack the Ripper type. But OnlyFans
Like I said, then you get
also
the
offers some
stalker.
degree of online protection in the event that your not safe for work content is leaked to other websites. Which it's going to be. I mean, like... Have we learned nothing? This protection is, of course, and I'm sorry to say, completely rubbish in practice. And actually, more than that, it's an impossible task, because the internet is still forever. Now, of course, you're likely all aware that
on like
OnlyFans content
on like a
rapidly
certain
makes its
level,
way onto
okay,
other
on like a certain level, you are not getting rid of this. No matter what you do, you are not getting rid of this. When you're like a small like creator, sure, and you want to quit, sure, you'll probably be able to get rid of it most of the time. But when you're like in the top 30, top 40%, yeah, that might be a problem.
prawn sites. And if you don't know that, I applaud you. And while OnlyFans can request the content be removed using DMCAs, it's never really gone. DMCA being part of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which criminalizes the unlawful use of copyrighted material. Now, let's illustrate this point with an example, shall we? A woman called Shannon Michaela used to be on OnlyFans. She deleted her account and now
she's a conservative. And also kind of, you know, hypocritical, but again.
makes weird TikToks. I don't know. Yeah. This screenshot from Lumen, which is a database that collects and analyzes legal complaints and online takedown requests, shows the DMCA requests for her OnlyFans content. The site has sent out literally dozens of
Look at that!
takedown notices
Look at
for
that.
porn sites that stole and distributed her content
Look
from
at that.
OnlyFans without her consent or approval or anything.
Look
so
at
the
that.
idea
You are
that
not getting
can
rid of this.
simply delete your account and wipe your hands of it, not the reality. And also, if we're being totally honest about this, it's also wildly irresponsible for OnlyFans to act like it has any sort of control over what can and can't be distributed outside of its platform. So for those of you who've been following along, let me summarize everything for you. Women who have OnlyFans accounts, or maybe who are being paid directly by OnlyFans itself, are making posts about their fake success or overinflated success. This encourages other women to sign up for the platform, where those women will go on to make about $150 a month. When they realize this isn't all it's cracked up to be, and these are not in fact the
So, it's just a pyramid scheme to lure women onto these websites to create content so they can sell their stuff online, so dudes can take that stuff and re-upload it for free. It pretty much is. This is what I say this is what I mean when I say society is regressing.
They are looking for. They will try to delete their account, not realizing that the videos and images they shared on OnlyFans will exist on the internet forever.
A skeleton will lie in the chamber forever.
Grim. So this brings us around to the next part of our conversation. OnlyFans regret. Sex work, as this is often called, has become so normalized that nobody really seems to give any consideration to how it actually makes women feel. Despite what the whatever podcast girls say, some women don't feel great. The internet is littered with stories from women indicating that OnlyFans has made their life incredibly challenging, whether that's difficulty in relationships,
difficulty in jobs, difficulty for your children, difficulty in general public if people know who you are, especially in your community. Like she says here, this shit is gonna follow her till she dies.
their partners leaving them, dealing with stalkers, knowing that this will follow them forever. These stories aren't very hard to find, and they're almost always negative. But what about the celebrities that we hear so much about? The ones who've done exceptionally well on the site. Well, I mentioned at the beginning of this video Black China and Diana Dietz, both of whom experienced massive amounts of success on the platform, but both went on to handle that and their feelings towards their accounts in totally different ways. Black China, whose name is Angela White, decided to delete her account in early 2023 after making it in 2020. Are you seeing a pattern here? In an interview, she said, "I don't do OnlyFans anymore. I don't do it anymore at all. I'm just changing everything about me. It's a dead end. All that stuff is a dead end." And
so it pretty much just is. Realistically. Eventually, the shame is gonna set in. Pretty much. The realization that that was a mistake.
And I know I'm worth more than that. Since she has removed her breast implants, other body and face modifications, gotten a demonic tattoo removed, and has since reinvested in religion. In another interview, White
Pretty much realized what I'm doing here is wrong. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna undo it. Now she can't undo it ever. She can't undo it ever, cause she's popular. That will stuff will follow her around. She can't. If like she has a partner, a husband, that husband is gonna get this thing spammed at him wherever he goes when he's online. Which means that if she does have a partner, that dude can never appear anywhere. No name, nothing whatsoever. Yeah. She's still gonna have trouble, regardless of if she does it right now or not. Again, this will follow her.
White said that God would not want her to do OnlyFans, and it is degrading. Her story is a reasonably positive one. Diana Dietz, on the other hand,
It's good that she found to God, because yeah, she's correct. God would not want this to happen.
Much less so. I've actually made a video discussing Dietz on this channel before. She would edit her face to appear considerably younger while still showing her adult figure in, you know, the usual poses. She joined OnlyFans sometime in 2019 or 2020 and started morphing her images as a way to both protect her real identity and put her digital art skills to work. In a short space of time, she grew from 700,000 followers on Instagram to over 3 million. And soon she amassed over 10,000 paying subscribers on OnlyFans, paying approximately $10 a month. In October 2020, some people began posting on Reddit about how Dietz
$10 a month. Think about it. That's $120 a year. I could buy groceries with that. At least like for like like a month almost. Man, or like put it to the side, maybe like medical stuff, whatever. It's just weird.
had certainly and clearly used digital editing to restyle her face to look prepubescent. This is something that she categorically denied in later interviews, but come on. Look at this, come on. In early 2021, popular TikToker Becca Day posted a video eviscerating Dietz for modifying her features to look like a young teenager and accusing her of
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. It's kind of weird. And it's kind of weird that you want to appeal to an audience that wants to, like, see a I cannot say the word. A teenager face on an adult body. It's kind of weird, I have to say. That's a red flag.
Two fans of the playground. A short time later, in February 2023, Dietz took
Yeah,
her own
man. It's not just a little obvious. It is not just a little obvious.
life after falling
Like between like the left and the right, there's worlds.
into a deep depression related to her OnlyFans content. Friends say the model had been depressed over the backlash and criticism some of her photos triggered, particularly those saying that she was baiting fans of the playground. Interestingly, depressingly, when I was looking into this topic,
I have never heard that in that way. Baiting fans of the playground. This is kind of wild. This is actually wild.
an anti-prawn advocate called Kate Oseen,
Based.
accused Dietz
Based. Absolutely based.
of grooming and catfishing underage women on social media as part of a scheme to get them to join OnlyFans. And it comes full circle. Pyramid-like scheme. Did I not tell you? Did I not tell you? Something else that I think is worth noting is that OnlyFans, as a general rule, takes 20% of all subscriptions, meaning that in Dietz's case, OnlyFans was taking $2 per subscriber. So if we are to run on the assumption that Dietz was actually fan of the playground baiting, that means that OnlyFans was actively profiting off of that. Now, at the end of the day, it is up to the
You cannot tell me that OnlyFans isn't involved in any trafficking stuff. You cannot tell me. Now, I can only allege that, because obviously I have no proof. But I believe so that, like, all these websites are definitely somewhere connected to, like, trafficking stuff. That is just my opinion. But again, I cannot prove this, obviously. I'll refer the hub, it is actually proved.
Individual to assess the risks that come with doing things like this. And cam girls, whether people like it or not, have existed since the early days of the internet, so this entire enterprise was bound to grow. And of course, there is a lot more to this topic, but we are going to save that for another day. Overall, I want to highlight that OnlyFans cropped up at a very unique point in time, where not only did real-world conditions enable it to become part of public consciousness, but so did the particular discourse surrounding sex work and choice feminism and our ideas of what empowerment ought to look like. And yes, while these are adults who should ultimately be held responsible for their decisions and choices, even if those decisions and choices are terrible, I can't help but feel there's a level of exploitation for everyone that comes along with the messaging of this site. Both officially, in the sense that this website is marketed towards poor university women as a way to make thousands and thousands of dollars.
There's two sides. There's two sides that get exploited. One, the women for their body, and two, the men for their money and their emotional state. Because let's be real, if these men had partners, if these men weren't lonely, if these men weren't parasocial, they wouldn't spend money on them. This would never work.
But also unofficially in the public and cultural discourse that surrounds this topic, marking OnlyFans as some bizarre holy grail of female liberation. In the end, I personally, in 99% of cases, don't think it's either. And I firmly believe that the dark parts of this site of OnlyFans and sites just like it must be exposed to sunlight. Now, before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out Foom using the link in the description or scanning the QR code that was on screen. When you do and you use code Sydney, you'll get 10% off a journey pack. Now, open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Do you also believe that maybe some of these I bought a house posts are actually paid for by OnlyFans? Do you think that they might be ads? Do you think they're legitimate, that they're actually happening? Do you think it's actually just women overinflating what they've achieved in order to seem cool on the internet?
I'll let us speak out.
What do you think of the dark side of OnlyFans, the exploitation, how women make very little money on the platform, how you can't actually erase anything really from the internet ever? What do you think of the Whatever podcast and the clips that we saw in this video? And what do you generally make of this issue overall?
Okay, so my view is very simple. I've said it a bunch of times, I'm anti-corn. I don't care. I'm just anti-corn. If you like it, if you dislike this opinion, there's a door. I'll point toward it. Just don't run into it on the way out. The real effects we're gonna see in like future years. I would say like in 10-20 years we will see the actual effects of how that has affected women in society. I think it's exploitative on both sides, on the creator and consumer side. I already established that before. And yeah, it shouldn't exist in the first place. But that's just my opinion. What do you think? Okay. I'm not gonna watch too much anymore. I'm just gonna watch maybe 2 videos. We're gonna watch a small one. I like these. We're gonna react to some Queso chat messages or PlayStation 3 messages. Queso's most absurd PlayStation 3 PlayStation clips part 3. I've already reacted to 2 parts. We're gonna react to part 3 already. Okay, the first one is Anakin Skywalker. That's kind of wild. Get this dude out of here now! Oh my god. Michelangelo. Get them all out! Ban them all! You feel like a deep breath. A snack on Titan.
Yeah, good stream chat.
Snack Sparrow. That's great. Invite Nights at Denny's.
Shish Kebab the Builder.
Slam your cheeks on my face. Fat Man Red Robin. Nah.
Fat Man and Red Robin.
Red Dead Reheated Food 2.
Red Dead Reheated Food 2. What a...
Full Stomach Alchemist.
Alchemist.
This is great. Such a well-rounded player. Oh my god. I think I have to turn on the lights real quick. I'll be right back. Because, like, the screen is too dark. And, like, my model does not get detected. Now, I don't think my model is going to be detected with the light either, so it really doesn't matter. But yeah, it's a bit dark, which is kind of funny. Oh, this is great. Hi, Senad. That's wild. Travis Butterscotch Pudding. Tyler the Devourer. Bruce weighing 500 pounds. 3,000 pounds. Kodak Snack. Oh my god. NLE Chomper.
NLE Chomper.
Chance the Candy Wrapper. Wow. Please don't dip me in ranch. No. No.
I'm not gonna dip you in ranch.
Did you beat Night 7? Night Boy 40.
Man, that guy.
David Beckham and cheese. Leonardo Cappuccino. That is wild. Carbon shake.
Carbon shake.
Avatar Last Earth Tender. Oh my god. G Gumbo.
G Gumbo. Oh,
these are amazing. Kevin Pop Tart. That's wild.
Kevin
I have
Pop.
to say, Queso's community is so creative. It is insane. It is insane how creative this community is.
Hard.
Amari Scooper.
Amari Scooper. Superman.
The way he pronounces this. Listen to that again.
Super.
Listen to that.
Superman.
Listen to it again. This is so good.
Superman.
This is so good. This is criminally good. I love these. I need to react more to these. These are amazing. Superman. Lightning McDairy Queen. Oh my god. It's fucked up. Kodak ate all the snack. Food fighters. Oh my god. You know what's annoying? Like the Switch sound when somebody subs or like gifts any sends any bits or something. Because that makes me feel like somebody subscribed. It confuses me. Mr. Mr. Worldwide? Two chins. I've seen that one before in another video. Central Eat. Oh my god, these are good. Draymond green beans. Elon Munch. let lick your toes. I think I shat myself. Don't clip that! Don't clip that! I'm gonna use this for other context. Lord of the Onion Rings. That's wild. Greed! Jeffrey dinner. Really? Really?
He's a big boy. He's the biggest boy. He's a big boy. He's the biggest boy.
What the fuck? What the hell, dude? The brownie James. Oh my god.
Let's go, chat. Let's go. I got this.
Central Seafood.
What do you mean?
Mealtalica. How do you even how is it even possible that one can even create these? This is insane. List O.
I didn't do nothing.
Tim Duncan Donuts. Justin Timberlake. Oh my god. I show high blood pressure. Nacho Man Randy sandwich.
Find this dude and get him banned on every social media platform.
Okay. Oh my god. Mr. Obese. Oh my god. Oh. Don't eat me.
I'm not gonna eat
Please,
you,
I'm
man.
begging you.
First place.
Bruce eat, really?
Dude, get this dude out of here.
Stan Marshmallow. Okay. Jake Coleslaw? Okay. Didn't know. Jake and Steak and Josh. You know? Drake and Josh. Steak and Josh. Amazing. Snoop Chili Dog.
I'm good at this
one. John Lemon. Nah. Aubrey Drake Graham Cracker, okay? The Silence of the Lamb Chomps. Oh my god. These are amazing. Led Zeppelin! Led Zeppelin, Fed Zeppelin. Yeah, pretty much. Wow, these are amazingly funny. Message recipient exceeds maximum weight of 3 tons. Oh my. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Get the tag, give me some dobies for Elevate. What the fuck?
Snack Levine.
Snack Levine.
What are we doing here?
Stop it. Wow. These are great. These were great. This was so funny. Oh my god. This was so good. Wow. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna remove these from the playlist. And then I can finally turn off the lights again because I don't have the dark background anymore. Wow, these are great, dude. The best was Superman! That was so good. That was so good. That was actually good. That was amazing. The Superman. Wow. Okay, where are my headphones? Oh, wow. Great, actually great. Okay. 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 Hey, when we're already at it with queso. Nah, not right now. Eventually I'll react to it, but I don't feel like it right now. Hey, Sweet Baby Inc. Again. They're again doing it. They're again doing it. Our favorite friend, Sweet Baby Inc. We know how it is. We know how it is. Our favorite little friends, Sweet Baby Inc. Let's see. But yeah, Sweet Baby is losing everything. I wonder. Oh wonder, oh wonder, oh wonder. Oh wonder. Oh wonder, oh wonder. Yeah. I'm assuming nothing's gonna really happen here. It's just gonna be average Sweet Baby Inc. behavior. But yeah, they're losing everything apparently. Let's see what they're losing.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today we're going to talk about the continued destruction of Sweet Baby Inc. 2024 has been a very rough year for this woke consulting firm. Essentially, they got discovered back in February when one of its employees started a harassment campaign against a then very small Steam group called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected. We all know how that story played out. It had the Streisand effect, it blew up the group, and then people started looking at this Sweet Baby Inc. company and looking at their website and seeing their...
Yeah, and like over like last year they were like completely demolished by everyone. Like literally just completely washed. Wiped the floor with Sweet Baby Inc. employees not being able to find work. They have been privated ever since, and like yeah, nothing's happening here. Nothing.
Their client
Nothing
list
new.
and their agenda and some of the games they've worked on, and as a result, anyone associated with Sweet Baby has had a very rough year. People are rejecting anything they're associated with because people are concerned about
I think Square Enix got taken off of their client list and stuff. Even though I don't like Square Enix because they're pushing DI stuff.
Woke DEI garbage is going to end up in those products if they work with Sweet Baby. This company has essentially become a death mark. Nobody wants to be publicly associated with Sweet Baby, and now Sweet Baby finds itself in a tough position where they have to rebrand in a way that deals with their negative reputation among gamers. And they're doing just that. So essentially, Sweet Baby nuked their own website and recreated it in a way that I believe is trying to continue pushing its woke agenda, but doing it behind the scenes and also doing so while continuing to work with their current clients.
Wait, so they have rebuilt? They have rebuilt? A new website. Okay.
But
where's that coming
so
from?
In a very private way. So what happened? Well, if you had an old link to the website and you use it, you're brought to this page. Essentially an error 404 type message saying this page does not seem to exist.
Okay.
Now, they have restructured...
I didn't even know they had their own website. Huh. I learn something new every single day, I guess. Yeah, but I didn't know they had a new website. Or like they had a website at all.
Their website, and as someone who has been on this website a lot of times this year, to do research for videos, I can tell you a lot of changes did occur, and I think they are very important to look at. So here is the new website. You can see they have the same old hypnotic design that's very strange, and their strange mascot is still there, but there are some changes beginning with their top section here, the About section, where it says, Sweet Baby Inc. is an award-winning team of writers and narrative designers who help make stories better.
Award-winning. The only two games that they have like worked on were God of War Ragnarok, which that one was a success, and Alan Wake 2, which wasn't a failure, but it's not something you would call a success. I'm also questioning what you're proving.
Games shipped from AAA, indie, and solo developers. We are not just contractors, we are storytellers who can take your project to the next level. So this is very interesting. If you know anything about Sweet Baby, you're probably surprised to see not a single mention of diversity, inclusion, equity, nothing like that. If you looked at this message from their About section, you would just think they're narrative consultants. They're just helping people write better stories. It has nothing to do with DEI. Now, of course, we have some archives of
they got the receipts.
Of their former
Wow.
website. This is their previous About section that says this. Founded in 2018, Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry. We aim to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone. So
It's just a standard language for woke. It literally just is. It really just is the standard language for woke. And it's interesting. They removed like basically like the diversifying and inclusive. They removed those terms pretty much. They removed like they changed the entire thing basically. And it's interesting to see how even they now are starting to change like how they're like wording things, so they still can get like clients to work with. It's interesting to see that.
So you see this mention of empathetic stories, diversifying, and also more inclusion, and all of that stuff has been ripped from the current About section. Now there's a few small sections underneath this, beginning with script writing. So they say, we work within scope to cover all of your script writing needs, from cinematics and dialogue to naming 500 pieces of armor. We know every word counts. Again, very generic, nothing about DEI in this one either. Here's the next section, consultation. No matter the stage of production, we can strengthen story pitches, world building and character development needs, and other narrative design demands.
It seems like they are so scared of like actually failing that they have now realized that when they use certain words, it would drive people away. The problem is that they would technically need to change the name completely. Technically, because all that bad stuff that happened around this company is now on that company's name. People will hear Sweet Baby Inc. and know exactly what's going on.
Once again, very generic. Here we have the first one that looks anything like DEI or something you would expect from Sweet Baby. It's their authenticity and sensitivity section, saying, we approach sensitivity by working with your existing narrative and documentation to bring out its natural authenticity and emotional resonance. We don't look for red flags, we highlight green ones. So this is interesting too. So even in a section where they're talking about authenticity and sensitivity, they're not saying we're going to point to your red flags and make you change things. They're just going to highlight the ones they think are already good, which is a much more passive approach than you would expect from Sweet Baby, at least, you know, from what they're telling you publicly right now.
Yeah, that's what they're telling you, but we need information of insiders, like who can tell like how they're actually operating now, or if their operations are going to be the same as before. Which I assume they're going to be the same as before.
Now, the next section is another one that has changed in ways that I think are interesting and not too impactful, but it's worth mentioning. So the featured projects, it's the games they've worked on. You see the classics they've always listed, like God of War, Ragnarok, Sable, so on and so forth. They constantly change this list, and the only one I think is interesting to see pop back up is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, because they actually removed this for many months leading up until now, but it looks like they brought it back onto this public list.
Shut that game down, dude. Just shut it down already. It's just costing you money. Nobody plays it. Like, really, nobody plays it. Season 3, nobody plays it.
Of their projects, and that also further confirms the lies of a former Rocksteady developer who claimed that Sweet Baby had no involvement, which there's been a lot of evidence out there to prove otherwise, and this just further confirms that he was lying through his teeth when he made that statement, since they brought it back once again. Now, this is the biggest change, or lack thereof in a sense. There's nothing after this section. We go right to the outreach and workshops. Now, like I said, I've been on this website many times to research
more
for
games? Aren't there? They probably worked on more games, right?
The next section that came was their client list. And I think that was the most important tool for tracking Sweet Baby's involvement. If you see a company like Ubisoft on that list, you're going to be checking their games to see in the credits and throughout posts on social media if they're involved with Sweet Baby. That client list is gone, and I think that is a very significant thing. And a lot of people are sharing some archive versions. I think this is the most complete list I've seen because, again, like the game...
Yes, Square... I'm dying. Square Enix is out of the picture, by the way. They are no longer on there. But again, remember, they have their own DI department. Remember that. That's important. So it doesn't matter if they're working with Sweet Baby Inc., because they're already, like, out.
List.
They already have their own thing.
Like Square Enix, for example, have removed themselves from this list over the months, but this one seems to be the most complete and oldest list, and you can see all the usual suspects, especially those from companies that had a rough 2024 due to their connection with Sweet Baby. You see Ubisoft, Xbox Game Studios, you see Warner Bros., Square Enix, Wizards of the Coast, Remedy, Glitch, so on and so forth, okay? And this list, like I said, very important, and I think it says a lot that they have removed this list. And what I mean is...
They removed it because if they have new clients, they would technically need to add them. And so you basically, like, somebody who doesn't look into this really, basically has no clues that they are working with these. Pretty much.
I think they're not trying to rebrand. I think they're trying to go underground. I think they're trying to cool off on the DEI-related language in their website, and they're trying to get rid of the client list, and they're hoping you just forget what their entire agenda has been up until now.
Yeah, we ain't forgetting.
The people they have worked
we are
with.
not forgetting
I think this is something that was probably demanded upon them, and also something in their own interest, because clients on this list were getting blasted. It's not good to be associated with Sweet Baby, and it's also probably hurting the opportunities for Sweet Baby because people don't want to be publicly associated with them. And now they're hiding this client list. And
why would I be?
Really
Why would I want
to stress
to be?
that I think they're still working with the majority, if not all of these clients from the original list. I don't think these companies are removing themselves because they're separating themselves publicly from Sweet Baby. I think they're doing it because they just don't want that association to be public. And now with the updated website, that section is completely gone. And I think it just serves that underground attempt they're trying to do with their agenda. So the next section is another one that has changed very
Outreach
significantly.
and workshops.
Outreach and workshops. You can see here it says, our experienced team of writers and narrative designers are ready and available to provide workshops, talks, and general insight to your team. Let us show you how we dig beneath the narrative surface. Again, super generic language. They just sound like a narrative guidance consultation type organization. However, if you look at their old outreach statement here, it's very different. The old website said this: new and marginalized talent can change this industry if given the proper support.
Like, just completely rebrand. Literally just rebrand completely. Go like offline for about I'm dying, dude. Go offline for like I don't know, 3-4 months, delete everything, rebrand completely. And maybe you have another chance to spread your nonsense.
We want to provide this through our outreach programs. Now, this language sounds much more like Sweet Baby, and I think it's really important because this is language that mirrors the main message of Kim Belair, their CEO, okay? There's a lot to say about Kim. She's the one responsible for many infamous quotes.
She privated her thing also, her Twitter account. Again, remember, this is the chick that basically said that they should threaten developers into complying with DEI, pretty much.
It's like the one where she said that you should go and terrify your bosses with the threat of cancel culture and things like that if they don't work with consultation groups like Sweet Baby. But there's another very interesting quote that people have dug up recently. This is a 1-minute clip that she uses to express kind of the hiring process at Sweet Baby. And it greatly reflects that old outreach type thing with their old message, because in this, she will state that clearly to Kim the most important thing in the hiring process is the color of your skin and your background, not your writing skills, which is a big
And this is what is the problem. This is what I consider racism. Racism doesn't necessarily mean, putting somebody like from another race down. It can also be elevating somebody at the same time. They don't get the concept of like actual equality, which is same treatment. Of course, like sometimes equality doesn't work, and like you can't just treat people the same because they aren't the same. But like when it comes to like skin color, there is no reason necessarily to discriminate. So I'm questioning how that isn't racism.
contradiction to what they're trying to do with the updated website that's all about narrative consultation and improving the writing of your story.
Saving the company.
In this clip, she's saying the background and experience of the employee is more important than their writing skills because they need to be able to relate and express kind of the cultural importance of whatever they're working on.
My answer was like, well, what happened to sourcing Black writers for something like this? And the answer that was given to me was just like, well, we met some great Black writers, but they didn't have the experience. They had all the talent, but not the experience in games. And so what I said was, well, would it be possible if, since we have the experience in games, could we take on some writers as subcontractors? Because essentially what the client is looking for is authentic and representational work. And what these writers are looking for is experience on a job, and that's something I think we can provide. And so we began, once we had that kind of extra space and those extra contracts, to start sharing I say quote unquote wealth, because it was, we were still working on smaller contracts at the time, but we started bringing in folks who deserved a shot at it and who otherwise the studios might not bring in, but it assumes that the games industry is a meritocracy. It assumes that when you have a marginalized writer coming with a portfolio, what they need is a portfolio review to make sure their portfolio is good. But what happens when we assume instead that it's not a meritocracy, that there is racism, that there is sexism, that there is homophobia, there's transphobia?
Yes, sometimes that might actually be the case. Yes, sometimes. In like what? Maybe 3% in the hiring cases where that is the case. But what you are doing is you are hiring somebody that simply does not have to skill to work on these games, which in return makes these games worse. Doesn't make them better. It doesn't give the one working on the experience. If anything, it might even like impact them negatively, because first of all, they're working with you. Second of all, if that game fails, that person might put it on them and their bad writing, and like when somebody criticizes the story. Hire people based on their skill, not based on how they look, not based on who they sleep with, not based on like what religion they follow, or if they don't follow religion, not based on like their identity. Hire them based on their skill. And if somebody who is skilled is gay, it doesn't matter. If somebody who's skilled is white, it doesn't matter. If somebody who's skilled is black, it doesn't matter. Just people with skill. Not through an agenda, not through anything, but hire them by by what they can provide, and the world will be good. It's also like, consider this, guys. If you made it this far into the video, consider this. You are being hired. You get the job, and it's like, hey, great, I got the job, and like, I do have the skill in something. And then you hear your boss say that you were only hired because you are black. You were only hired because you're gay. You were only hired because you have some weird traumatic past. How would that make you feel? I don't think that would be so good, right? That wouldn't feel good. That would, you can't tell me that would not that would feel good. Being hired based on how you look and not hired like based on your skill. Saying that you are a box that needs to be checked. You can't tell me that would feel good. Knowing that you're only here because, you know, because like they want to push an agenda, not because of they wanted your skill because you were really good at what you were doing. That would suck. That would infuriate me.
Just to bring this home once again, it seems very clear that in the hiring process, Kim has always prioritized people's skin color and their background over their actual skills. And now that they're trying to rebrand into this narrative consulting firm that doesn't have this blatant secondary agenda, why would you think that these people are the most qualified? If you're trying to work with Sweet Baby or they're approaching you, wouldn't you be concerned about the qualifications of some of their current employees who are likely hired simply because of the color of their skin and not their actual abilities? If this company is claiming that they are strictly about helping with the writing process and the story, then why are those values they used to highlight, why would those be so important in that process? But there's some other discoveries to be made here. One last one. Very interesting. If you can see it down here, 2024 Sweet Baby Inc. designed by Luda Laika. So Smash JT in his coverage of this.
You know what I also realized? Let's say. It also harms the person that gets hired. Because imagine that. You get hired because of diversity reasons. It makes you think that you have the skill it takes to write stories for these companies when you actually don't. And instead of telling you that so that you can grow into somebody who is skilled enough for these for this job, they just take you. And you're not able to grow. Because you're going to stay on a level. Because you believe you're good at what you're doing. When you're not necessarily good. I think that's much worse. That cuts off somebody's potential. I think that's even worse.
Related story found a very interesting discovery about this particular studio. So this is kind of their statement generally about their business, that they design for feminists and queers, which is a very on par thing for Sweet Baby, hiring a
pretty much
studio here that
is what it is.
Seems to work with feminists and queer people. But anyways, you go down here, there's some interesting stuff about this studio. They actually quit Twitter. They closed their official Twitter account. And the reason they did this is because they believe that Elon Musk condemning the use of the term cisgender was Musk's way of dismissing the experiences of trans and gender diverse individuals, implying that being
Okay. Let's unravel this. If cis was used objectively, it would not be considered a slur. You know what the problem is? It is not used on the same level as cis, as trans or gender diverse terms. It is used with negative connotation. It's like saying, I don't know, what it's you would the F slur. I'm not gonna say it out loud because I know some gay people follow me and I don't want to say it because they might be uncomfortable with it. It's also no need to say it. Or there's definitely there's a word for trans people as well, like troon or whatever. It is used with negative connotation, and when somebody's used with negative connotation, it turns into a slur. Especially when it's used against an entire group. And it's funny how when bad people do it to them, it is a problem. When they do it to like everyone who's basically just heterosexual, it's not a problem. Okay.
Cis is superior and natural. Yep, seems like somebody that Sweet Baby would work with, but that's really where we're at with this entire situation. A rebrand of sorts
Good morning,
for Sweet
Cat.
Baby,
Good
and I
morning.
think the objective
Well,
here is very clear: to tone down
it's
the
not morning
language, try
here,
to
it's-
repair the reputation
It's almost 8 p.m.
of Sweet Baby publicly, but in private continue working on their DEI-related agenda and continue working with the same companies they have been for many years.
Yeah, but that's also not really a Sweet Baby thing. That is a problem that in general follows every, like, this is like the core idea of DEI is like that there are no DEI departments. There are no well, like there are no these things. We're talking about Sweet Baby, never mind. The plan of DEI is that everybody does it, so there's no need for DEI departments. This is what Microsoft shut theirs down. So like everyone who works at the company is contributing to DEI. In its core, when we look at DEI and we look at how it's connected to Bridge, it's literally just Marxism. It's nothing else but Marxism. It's literally commies.
Now, and the same companies that are reeling right now because of their connection to Sweet Baby. So don't think this is the ultimate victory or that Sweet Baby is, walking away from DEI with its tail between its legs. I think this is just a simple new strategy where they're trying to hide everything, just like they're hiding on social media. Everyone, including the main account for Sweet Baby, everyone associated with this company is private. They do not want you to have any public engagement with them. They're not going to talk to you. They don't even want you seeing what they're doing. So why would you expect anything to be different on their official website? But for now, it's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
Again, it's just average Sweet Baby Inc. behavior. They're not going to change their ways. They're just have a little bit of rebranding, so they don't so the damage is like a little bit minimized. But in its core, it doesn't really matter. It does not really matter. But hey, I think I'm gonna jump into one more video, and it's gonna be by. It's gonna be Roblox.
Do you like Legos?
It's gonna be Roblox. Like, what does this mean? What is this even specifically? Nah, I'm not interested. We'll jump into this one. Innocent lives ruined by influencers. By Visual Venture. I've already reacted to Visual Venture twice actually. This guy's videos are pretty good. Pretty damn good. So yeah, let's get into it. Innocent lives ruined by influencers. Let's get into it.
Allegedly, Sniper Wolf has just doxed Jack's films.
The momfluencer Katie Sorensen learning her sentence for falsely claiming a couple tried
Why does the music in the background remind me of The Thing? That sounds exactly like The Thing.
kidnap her kid.
Fame can bring out the worst in people. Some influencers will do whatever it takes to stay relevant, even if it means ruining the lives of innocent people. I'm Visual Venture, and I hope you guys have an amazing day ahead.
This guy's videos, by the way, this guy's videos are absolutely fucking amazing. They are so good.
From Sonoma, California, Katie Sorensen was just your average mother of 3. On the side, she was a self-proclaimed mommy influencer, documenting her kids' lives on her Instagram Motherhood Essentials. But her content took an...
I'll be honest. I'll be really honest. You shouldn't put your children, like your family, on the internet. You just shouldn't. If I ever have like a wife and kids, like, I'm gonna tell you that I have them, but I'll be completely honest, I will never show them to you guys. That will not happen.
extreme turn when
I
Katie
would not
shared
do
a
that.
terrifying story with her followers. On December 7th, 2020, Katie was shopping inside a local Michael's in California when she felt uneasy. She was with her 1-year-old daughter and her 4-year-old son, but as she was shopping around, she couldn't help but notice that there was a couple that seemed to be lingering around them acting suspicious.
They walked kind of close behind me. I definitely felt the heebie-jeebies. I didn't feel good, but I thought I was judging a book by its cover.
Also saying they, quote, weren't clean-cut individuals and made comments about her kid's appearance.
They're saying blonde hair, blue eyes.
Katie's fear only got worse when she overheard the couple talking on the phone, describing what her kids looked like. She even made disturbing comments like this.
The gentleman said to whomever he was talking to on the phone or whatever, the boy will be easier because he's not wearing a mask, so the mom must not really care about him that much.
Paranoid, Katie quickly finished up her shopping trip and headed out of the
I'm confused. Is she literally just like a paranoid and nothing else?
store to her car. But Katie's attempt of escaping this couple wouldn't work, and she wasn't prepared for what would happen next.
In that hair of a second, they had taken 2 steps forward towards the stroller, then 2 steps back, then 2 steps forward, then 2 steps back. It made no sense. It was obvious what they were doing. In that
You should not put your kids. This is why you should not put your kids and like your family on the internet. Stalkers, kidnappers,
time
whatever.
He reaches for the stroller, and by the absolute grace of God, someone is parked just a few spots away, just close enough to see what's going on.
After this kidnapping attempt on her kids, Katie immediately went to the Petaluma Police Department to report the incident. Then a week later, she decided
I'm gonna be completely honest. This is probably a stalker couple.
To talk about the incident in a story time on her Instagram page. Katie released 2 separate videos, parts 1 and 2. In these videos, she talked about what exactly had happened that day in Michael's. She also warned mothers to be more mindful of their surroundings to protect their kids. Katie's videos went viral. The videos accumulated over 4 million views, and in just
There has to be there has to be a problem, and I assume she probably lied. I assume she probably lied.
She gained over 70,000
I assume she probably
new followers. Everyone on social media was in support of her, proud of her for sharing her story. But what the people didn't know was that Katie's story was far from the truth. After Katie reported the incident to the police, they launched an investigation. One of their first steps was taking a look at the CCTV footage from both inside the Michaels and the parking lot where Katie's story took place. After reviewing the footage, police were surprised
how do you not take that into consideration when making such a story?
To find no evidence that would match Katie's report. A week later, on December 14th, 2020, the Petaluma Police Department released a statement. They watched Katie's videos, and she included information in those videos that she did not report to the police. Something is definitely up. The Petaluma Police Department also posted a CCTV photo of the suspected couple, saying that they are persons of interest but remain innocent until there's enough evidence to support Katie's story. Soon after the statement was released, Katie privated her Instagram account, which
You're such an idiot. You're such an idiot. If you lie about it, make sure there's nobody witnessing it.
was weird. But Katie was doing interviews with news outlets and being praised for her bravery, while the couple that she accused were living a nightmare. Not only were they subject to police questioning, but they were also labeled as criminals even though they did nothing wrong.
What went through your mind when you realized the severity of this?
At first, we laughed. Then we started to see and get kind of upset and angry.
Being labeled a child abductor, it's upsetting. It's heartbreaking. It's life-changing.
The investigation finally came
Of
to
course, this just goes like through everything. This goes through your life. This goes through like a job, whatever. Your own kids. Eventually, like there are people probably that would pull up and like hurt them. Yeah, that's not good.
Close once Petaluma police realized that Katie's story was nothing more than a bold-faced lie. The CCTV video showed that the couple maintained a safe distance away from her and her kids and made no attempt at kidnapping them. Instead of walking away with the clout that she wanted, Katie would walk away with a jail sentence.
The momfluencer Katie Sorensen
Good.
learning her sentence
Deserved.
for falsely claiming a couple tried to kidnap her kids.
She was convicted of one count of making a false police report and was immediately taken into custody. In June of 2023, Katie finally received her official sentencing. She was sentenced to 90 days in jail along with 12 months of informal probation.
God damn. God damn, 90 days. 3 months. Deserved, actually.
This meant absolutely zero social media usage and search and seizure of all her electronic devices. So what makes me especially upset about this situation is the fact that Katie was really playing it off. Like, she legit looked like a person who was a victim of this tragedy. I mean, if I saw that on Instagram, I would definitely believe her without...
You know what that's gonna do now? It's gonna make it much harder. Think situations like that will make it so that it's gonna be much harder for the actual victims to make themselves believable.
Even thinking twice. But thankfully, Katie suffered the consequences of her actions, but that can't be said for our next influencer.
Uh-oh. Me too. Okay.
With over 150,000 followers on Twitch, Jaden is a streamer that's become well known throughout the League of Legends gaming community. She first started streaming in 2014 and since then gained a ton of fans. Despite her following, she's not actually as popular as some might actually think, because throughout her career, Jaden's made a big mistake that ruined her reputation. She had a secret. Jaden wasn't always her username. She started streaming with the username YourPrincessLol. It was under this username that she released a TwitLonger statement that shocked the entire gaming community. On July 2nd, 2020, Jaden posted a tweet titled "My Experience with CLG Tuesday." She linked it to a 700-word TwitLonger. For context, TwitLonger allows users to post longer messages than Twitter's character limits. She was talking about Jean-Sebastien Ferry, aka Tuesday, who was League of Legends player.
I mean, we know where this is going. She's gonna say something that happened. Is he gonna delete himself? Oh no, please don't.
Player on the team CLG.
Please
In
don't.
Jaden's statement, she wrote about how Tuesday allegedly tried to flirt with her without consent. This supposedly happened after a League of Legends champion game where she, Tuesday, and other CLG players went back to Tuesday's hotel room to hang out. According to Jaden, after everyone else left, Tuesday attempted to make a move on her even though he had a girlfriend at the time, but Jaden did not reciprocate. This is how Jaden told the story. She wrote about how when she was wiping off her makeup in the bathroom, he put his arms around her. Minutes later, he pulled her onto his lap. She explained how uncomfortable Tuesday's actions made her, especially since she saw him as a trusted friend and he even had a girlfriend too. She mentioned she confronted him multiple times, expressing how wrong she thought the situation was. Jaden ended her statement with a message for others, telling them it's okay to speak up against those who make you feel uncomfortable. The response
There's gonna be a situation where everyone, because she's a woman, they will run with it, and like the damage will never be undone. I just hope that this doesn't result in somebody, you know, ending their life, but we'll see.
The response to Jaden's statement was mixed. Some supported her, while others believed it was just a misunderstanding and wanted to hear what Tuesday had to say. Jaden released screenshots of her DMs with Tuesday as evidence, but Tuesday fought back. A week later, he tweeted a Google Doc link filled with context, screenshots, and testimonies from others involved. Tuesday started off by showing proof that he and Jaden had flirted with consent for years, showing receipts of their DMs. He also told his side of the story of what happened that night. According to Tuesday, Jaden's friend encouraged him to flirt with her, saying she had feelings for him. Tuesday wrote that Jaden was the one that asked to go with him that night. He also denied Jaden's claims that they were alone in the room.
Wait. Wait, this is not gonna turn out into she tried, he didn't reciprocate, so she made this tweet.
together, stating that there were 2 others. One of these people even provided a statement to support Tuesday's words. Tuesday ended the document by apologizing to both his supporters and his girlfriend for the drama. After Tuesday's statement was released, almost everyone switched sides. Since this was during the height of the Me Too movement, many people criticized Jaden for putting out a false statement with a twisted narrative. Despite the backlash, Jaden's career didn't suffer. She was even asked to be the captain for a Twitch.
If this was a man, I'm gonna say it, if the roles were reversed, bro would be gone. Bro would be absolutely and utterly gone.
Rivals team, which is a famous streamer competition. But on January 11th, 2021, when the Twitch Rivals roster was released, the public was furious that Jaden's name was on the list. Tuesday opened up about how hurt he felt, yet Jaden never apologized for what she did. Because of Jaden's false allegations, he almost lost his girlfriend and his supporters, but Jaden didn't seem to care. Being a team captain, Jaden needed to invite others to join her team, but no one wanted to be tied to her, considering what she's done to an innocent man.
Officially declined with her. Please don't go on hating on whatever. Like, I don't want to associate myself with that, you know?
She then dropped out of the Twitch Rivals tournament after the backlash. Even with this major controversy, Jaden continues to stream today. This next influencer ruined an innocent old man's life, and to me, this one's personal.
No. Don't old people. Do not do this with old
heartbreaking. The biggest mistake.
What is up, Drama Alert Nation? I'm your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right into the news.
Keemstar, or better known by his handle Drama Alert, is one of the most famous news reporters on the internet. With over 5 million subscribers on YouTube, Keemstar is arguably one of the first people to kickstart the drama commentary channels on the platform. For years, thousands of people have turned to his page for his latest on pop culture and social media news. But with
I don't know. I don't really pay too much attention to Keemstar. I know he's a thing. I know his daughter got drawn from like the Chatman thing. Yeah, but like that's all I really know.
With great popularity comes great responsibility, and Keemstar made a huge mistake. On January 8th, 2016, a video went up on his Drama Alert channel called RuneScape Offender Returns. In his video, Keemstar talks about a news article from 2011, which talks about a Massachusetts man who inappropriately met up with a younger player from RuneScape. The man in the article was named John Phillips and was in jail. But Keemstar believed that the man was released from prison, changed his name to Tony, and was actively streaming on Twitch.
John was arrested.
You can't make this up. You can't make this up. How? How does that happen? How does that happen? How? You do not have the proof for this. This could just be an old man playing RuneScape, literally.
Arrested for this, and he recently got out of jail, and the first thing he did was stream RuneScape on Twitch.
The streamer that he showed in the video was 62-year-old Tony Ray Winchester, or known online by his username
2022. Don't tell me the man is dead.
Glorian Gold. Tony just started streaming on Twitch on December 8th, 2015, but Keemstar put that to a halt. At the time of this upload, the Drama Alert channel had over 800,000 subscribers, and after this video went live, many Drama Alert fans flooded Tony's Twitch channel with negative comments and false allegations. You see, John and Tony were not the same people, but Keemstar kept pushing that narrative. Tony was in no way connected to the perpetrator aside from having a few similar facial features, but they were not the same people. The actual offender was still in jail.
The guy who actually did commit that crime with the whole RuneScape team.
His career should have ended right then and there. I'll be real.
Thing, he's still in jail. He's still in jail. He's in there for life, actually. So he's never getting out.
Some people even launched DDoS attacks on Tony and exposed his personal information. The next day, during a stream, Tony's chat was bombarded with harassment. Even though he was innocent, Tony couldn't help but break down. He made a teary statement to his stream, once again reminding everyone that he's done nothing wrong and he wasn't going to let false allegations stop him from doing what he loved, streaming.
Based.
Now, everybody in the world knows my real name's Tony Ray Winchester. I'm 62. I've retired because I'm not going to let somebody run me off.
That's sad.
Now that the whole thing's cleared up, and you guys know I'm a good guy, I'd like to go take a break.
Tony's speech was clipped countless times and touched the hearts of many in the community. More and more people also started pointing out that the actual criminal was already in jail. This pushed Keemstar to retract his statement and issue an apology. Keemstar uploaded a video onto the Drama Alert channel. The title was, "We got it wrong, I'm sorry, and we'll do better."
I'm so proud of how successful my show has been becoming. But now as I sit here in front of you, I don't feel proud at all. I feel ashamed.
You don't feel shame because he got caught. Because let's be real, you have no proof, none, nothing, zero, nada, nothing. Yet you were pushing this narrative, which wasn't true. You had no evidence for this. Yet you were pushing it. This is another situation where I don't believe the person is
I feel
really
like dirtbag.
In the video, Keemstar addresses the controversy. He says that he's removed the original video and expressed how ashamed he felt about putting out the wrong information. He also informed the subscribers that the person on his team that pushed this story has been fired and that he will be taking care of any damages that
Yeah, why didn't you you know, check the story before
he caused to Tony.
This guy didn't do anything. He didn't do anything wrong. And because of me, he was harassed for about 2 hours.
With the truth out there, it seemed like the saga was finally at its
harassed for about 2 hours? I think this was a lot more than just 2 hours, my guy. That's a bit of a reach.
End. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. On May 20th, 2020, a Twitter user by the name of Return of Wild posted a thread accusing Tony of the exact same crime. This Twitter user was one of Tony's chat moderators, Rebecca Hartz. The thread was immediately dismissed by most of the public. People were quick to point out the obvious Photoshop flaws in the screenshots, like the partner badge not being added in or the capitalization being wrong. The original poster, Return of the Wild, was also called out by many people as being an untrusted source, since he had a problematic past in the RuneScape community. But Keemstar did it again. He retweeted the post, tagging Tony and telling him to come clean and to stop blaming him for the hate that he's gotten. Tony once again had to defend himself. He made a video where he showed proof that Return of the Wild lied.
I think it's pretty cool to spend time with you. As long as you don't mind my age, 25. I don't mind your age. See, so right there, the girl says, as long as you don't mind my age, 25, I don't mind your age.
In 2022, Tony passed away after losing his battle with cancer. But he had a community filled with loving supporters until the very end. Even after Tony was proven innocent, Keemstar still couldn't let it go. And you guys are probably familiar with our next influencer. My family is in danger.
Hello, friends. Wait, Keemstar didn't let it go? So pretty much disgracing somebody who's dead. Great.
Some know her from her compilation reactions, others know her from her Call of Duty videos, but you've probably heard about her through the insane amount of drama she's been in these past few years. As a Sniper Wolf, her real name...
Real, I don't get how... The only reason she's still there is because she's attractive. Completely honest. Like, I've heard a lot about a lot of stuff that she did and, like, the terrible shit that she did. Again, I think, like, she should be gone
Leah Marie
Keepstar should
Shalesh
also
got her
be gone
first
after
start on
this one.
YouTube back in 2013, but many people know her by her nickname Leah. With over 34 million subscribers, Leah's become one of the most recognizable faces on the internet. However, her journey to this point has been rocky. She's been in a ton of controversy, but undoubtedly her biggest scandal yet was her massive feud with fellow YouTuber Jax Films. Jack Films, like SS Sniper Wolf, has been part of YouTube for as long as anyone can remember. He has almost 5 million subscribers and has uploaded videos for almost 20 years. His content is mostly comedic short films and parodies, but he's also made multiple videos condemning reaction channels for their lack of creativity. One of the channels that he's been most
Goddamn. I'm reacting, but I'm only a reaction channel. I do both. I do
vocal about
things.
is Leah's SS Sniper Wolf channel. Jack has openly criticized Leah for her content style, claiming that her reactions are low effort with ideas that are recycled from other creators. But it wasn't until October 26th, 2022 that things really started to escalate. On that day, Jack posted a video on his main channel where he made an announcement that nobody would have expected.
I've created a brand new YouTube channel called Jax Films, and so far I've only uploaded one video titled TikToks That Gave Me a Tummy Ache.
Your mom.
Oh, it says your mama. That's not very nice.
The channel and its first video was essentially a parody of Leah's account, even down.
So basically, he reacted to a reaction of SS Sniper Wolf. That's an interesting way to mock somebody.
To the daily uploads. On the channel, Jack continued to upload multiple reactions to Leah's videos. This
is actually kind of based. This is actually kind of based. Oh, I turned off the sound. That's actually kind of based.
Multiple Twitter standoffs. This one
was
actually different. On June 22nd,
really
2023, YouTube posted a tweet with a quote from Sniper Wolf, where she says she gets her video ideas from fans. Jack had a lot to say about this, since he believed that Leah wasn't a content creator, but a content thief. And Jack made a video on July 26th, 2023, talking about it.
Seeing YouTube and VidCon boost this kind of activity is so disheartening. It sends a terrible message to creators, and that is, don't create, steal. Why make content when you can curate it?
Jack discusses his Twitter exchange with Leah and criticizes YouTube.
Again, I understand. I understand this point. I'm doing this as well. I'm doing reaction stuff. At least, like, I'm not doing only reaction stuff. And I'm back with, like, Dokkan and shit. So at least that's a good thing. And, like, I want to bring back Legends, of course.
For content.
And obviously Shiny
He also
Hunting.
highlights how Leah does not credit the creators of the content that she reacts to or who she takes her ideas from. And the comments proved his point. The pinned comment on his video was from a creator who claimed Leah stole their content. So I completely understand that content is recycled on YouTube sometimes. For me, I take title and thumbnail inspiration from other YouTubers, but the research is from a ton of different places, right? It is basically an entirely new video, taking only inspiration on the title and thumbnail. So if you guys think that it looked similar to somebody, you're probably right. Jack kept uploading on his Jax Films channel, being more critical of Leah's videos. He created a game with his viewers called SS Sniper Wolf Bingo using
a literal bingo. This is wild. I think it's a good way to counter that, actually. That's a creative way, and he probably made a buttload of money.
Custom bingo card that included actions that he believed Leah did often in her reaction videos.
Sniper Wolf will read the caption verbatim.
I opened my beats the wrong way.
Yeah. Please go to your bingo cards and
literally turned it into a game. That's wild.
It's like clock.
That is wild.
On August 16th, 2023, Jack made another video about Sniper Wolf titled SS Sniper Wolf is Getting Worse, Here's Proof. In it, he highlights 3 instances where Leah allegedly stole content without adding anything new. In one example, he shows Leah including a TikTok video in her compilation without reacting to it at all.
We're all trying to predict what Sniper Wolf will say, how she'll react, etc. Here's my real-time reaction to what happens next.
About 2 months after this video was posted,
he was actually cooking. He was really cooking.
posted, Sniper Wolf did something that she couldn't take back.
Allegedly, Sniper Wolf has just doxed Jack's films.
On October 13th, 2023, Sniper Wolf posted a poll on her Instagram story asking her followers if she should go to Jack's house. But that wasn't the problematic part. Her next story was. Her followers were shocked when they saw a video of Jack's house address with the caption, "Let's talk like adults." Leah even tagged Jack in the
You can't just dox somebody.
story. After fans accused her of doxing the story,
There is no accusation. This is not an accusation. This is straight up doxing.
was removed, but Leah defended herself, posting that she didn't dox anyone and that Jack had posted his address online himself. Meanwhile, Jack and his wife lived in fear, knowing that their house was shown to millions of people. Jack was extremely vocal about the situation, calling Leah a stalker and pushing for YouTube to take action. The next day, Jack posted this video called "SS Sniper Wolf Came to Our Home Last Night. It's time for YouTube to step in." He pushed for Leah to be banned from YouTube, and plenty of people supported him.
In my 17 years on YouTube, I've never once had someone come to my home and vaguely threaten me. Sniper Wolf needs to be deplatformed.
6 days
And
later,
he's correct. And he is correct.
On October 20th, 2024, YouTube announced that Leah's channel received a temporary demonetization. Less than an hour later, Leah made a public apology to Jack on her Twitter. But everyone thought it was insincere since it was immediately posted after YouTube announced that her channel was no longer monetized. Luckily, Jack and his wife weren't harmed, but unfortunately, that isn't always the case because for a next influencer, the damage was permanent.
I know
the tragic
that
story
is.
of Inquisitor
Yeah, I know this. This is so sad. This is so sad. I was like fairly invested into like that story. Like I watched everything around that stuff, the Inquisitor Ghost stuff, and it's super sad. But yeah, let's get into it.
Vincent Plici, known as Inquisitor Ghost, was a popular TikTok cosplayer, especially loved in the Call of Duty cosplay community. His username was Inquisitor3, but most people called him Inquisitor Ghost due to his infamous portrayal of the character Ghost from Call of Duty. With a following of over 100k and multiple viral videos, it seemed like Vincent was well on his way to a successful social media career. But sadly, he didn't get a chance to see that through because of three evil individuals who wanted to see his downfall. In September of 2023, a screenshot.
This is still soul crushing. This is really soul crushing.
Began circulating around the Call of Duty community. These pictures contain private DMs between Inquisitor Ghost and his video editor AJ, who was a minor at the time. These screenshots showed conversations.
This also just goes to show that you just shouldn't interact with minors permanently. You just shouldn't.
Between Inquisitor Ghost and the editor. In them, Ghost was saying things like, "I love you and I'ma marry you," but these messages were taken out of context. At first glance, these messages seemed highly inappropriate to send someone that age. But there was a reason why only a few specific screenshots were being shared. It involved three people: AJ, Ghost's editor, Tito, AJ's boyfriend, and Keegan's mask, a friend who leaked the screenshots first. In Ghost's bio, he wrote, "Minors DNI, do not interact," meaning he didn't want minors talking with him. When AJ
again, I'm gonna say it. You shouldn't you shouldn't just like interact with minors at this point. You shouldn't just. That's very simple. You shouldn't.
First reached out, Ghost quickly shut her down. AJ lied
Which
about
makes
her age,
sense.
which led to more conversations, with Ghost eventually becoming his editor. But AJ had other plans. She and her boyfriend Tito aimed to ruin Ghost's reputation by baiting him into saying inappropriate things. Once they had some incriminating screenshots, they got their friend Keegan's mask to leak them. When the screenshots were leaked, Ghost denied the allegations but stayed under the radar, barely posting on his page. And on September 27th, 2023, he would post his last TikTok ever. 2 weeks later, Inquisitor Ghost started a
Then
TikTok.
he goes live and trigger warning, important. Takes his own life. We're live on TikTok.
Live stream, but instead of seeing Ghost's usual mask and outfit, all fans would see was a dark room. The chat was also completely disabled. Then, out of nowhere, things would take a heartbreaking turn. Off camera, you could see panicked voices shouting, glass breaking, and crying. Everyone knew that something devastating must have just happened. An attempt. On October 12th, 2023, Ghost's entire account was removed from the platform. News of his passing would hit headlines.
And the interesting part is that the people who did this barely faced any repercussions. Pretty much nothing happened to these people. Really just nothing. Nothing at all. Like I said, that's really all I can say.
AJ, Tito, and Keegan's mask were accused of causing Ghost's passing. To try and defend themselves, Tito posted videos explaining their actions, but that only managed to backfire on them as they exposed their cruel plan to the world. Tito shared screenshots that revealed the three of them were plotting.
This is 3 people who basically received nothing.
Plotting to ruin Inquisitor Ghost's life. Tito encouraged AJ to manipulate Ghost into saying things that could be incriminating. While the actual reason why is unclear, many people began to speculate that it was because of Tito's jealousy as a cosplayer. It seemed like Tito was trying to gain clout to become an influencer too. Keegan's mask, who first leaked the screenshots, later apologized in a TikTok video claiming she acted on what she believed was true and didn't intend to harm Ghost.
Should have thought about that before he deleted himself. You should have thought about that before he deleted himself. You should have thought about that. This is again a huge problem in online spaces, running with the first thing they get.
All 3 of them have been terminated from TikTok. As for Ghost, fans created a petition to get a Call of Duty skin honoring him in the next game. And it's reported that Call of Duty agreed to release a skin in his honor. Rest in peace, and I wish his family well.
These people should go to jail because they technically killed somebody indirectly. They should go to jail.
The stories we've covered are a chilling reminder of the responsibility that comes with influence. My friends, consequences can last a lifetime. I know we're almost reaching 700,000 subscribers, so I promise to never take advantage of you guys. I want you to be the very best that you can be. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go...
I gotta go. Yep, this was a good video. This was a great video. I had a lot of fun with this one. These videos are usually really good, which is why I pay a lot of attention to them, which is why I'm not that reactive. But yeah, that was a good video. Just like I said, you should not, you know, if you post something, please make sure that it absolutely is, you know, if you post anything, like, stuff like that, make absolutely sure that it's actually the truth and you wait for the other side. If that's not happening, you cannot post this. You will get this is just disgusting then. But yeah. I'm not gonna I think I'm gonna react to one more video, and it's gonna be a Sydney Watson video, and then I'll probably end stream, is the plan at least. So yeah, this video is called Enough with the Woke Girl Boss Video Games. Makes sense, right? So here's my first opinion on like the girl boss videos, right? The girl boss video games. They are not good. And the reason why they're not good is because these female characters aren't written well. They are oftentimes also Mary Sue's, which means they have no faults in their character and stuff. And yeah, I prefer characters, also female characters, that do have flaws, that do make mistakes, that are relatable, and that like that are not girl bosses, that actually need help and like need help from others, and like just like I'm not this like strong independent type. Just like I would like men just like not being. I like strong men, obviously, but I also would also like them to have the same faults. I just want well written characters. To be fair, it doesn't really matter what they are. Just give me well written characters. Give me a goblin who's well written. Give me an orc who's well written. Give me an elf who's well written. I don't care. Just give me a character that's good written. And usually with these girl boss type games, that's usually not the case. But yeah, let's get into it.
What are we doing here, people?
Enough with the woke girl boss games. Video games.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by HelloFresh. And of course, by me and my tea company, Lions Tea Exchange. In addition to my regular one industry, and I like commenting on it. So with that said and that in mind, I do know that some of you have been missing my normal deep divey kind of content about other topics, and I do have a couple of those in the works. They are coming. They just take longer to produce pretty good. There's a lot of editing and researching that goes into them, but hopefully the ones that I'm working on you will enjoy. So please be patient. I will once again be mama bird vomiting long form content into your face holes very soon. I'm sorry for that image. I'm having a weird day.
Mama birding me? So, you're saying Mommy Sydney? I can see it.
Anyway, I'm sure that many of you have seen the recent news that Sucker Punch Productions is working on a Ghost of Tsushima 2 called The Ghost of Yotei, which is set to be released sometime in 2025. Based on the game's short announcement trailer, we can see that the game's protagonist is a woman called Atsu, and the game is set in 1603, some 300 years after the events of Ghost of Tsushima. Yes, that means no Jin Sakai, and probably no foxes to follow.
No.
Off cliffs.
No.
A sad day for us all. Anyway, even with very little information to go off with relation to the game itself, the internet is already screaming in all directions, with countless predominantly left-wing outlets already reporting that people are mad that the lead character is a woman, that
yeah, but guess who created that circumstance? Guess who created that circumstance? You. You created that circumstance. Game developers created that circumstance. Every time now a woman is introduced, the game will be considered woke. How do you undo that? You make good games with female leads. That is how you undo it. But you are not capable. It appears not that you are capable of doing so. Because if you were able to do so, if you were able to produce organic female characters that appeal to their audiences, this wouldn't look that way. But apparently you can't. Specifically, like, the people that make these games can't. Other like developers make great female characters that appeal to their audience, like, with no effort. But specifically these Western developers, not all of them, obviously, they are really good. Like, they are still good Western developers who are able to produce good characters, good female characters, good male characters, good characters overall. But specifically these big ones, they are not able to do so for some other reason.
that they're accusing the game of being woke, and a former Sony executive even told people that if they don't like it, don't buy it. Why is this always their go-to advice? And why is it that when people follow this advice, they get accused of bigotry and racism? For God's sake.
I got accused for bigotry because I said the religious right currently does have no power in the world. I got called a bigot for that. That's nice, right? I don't know how that happened, but I guess I'm a bigot now. I'll be real. I don't care. That word has no meaning. The word bigot is a buzzword. It means nothing. Hey, you're a bigot. I guess so. It literally means nothing. It just means nothing.
Just pick a lane. Of course, there are already plenty of videos out there all over the place where people are arguing amongst themselves about whether or not the game's female protagonist is a DEI decision or not.
We just need to wait until more for the game is shown. You know, we might be wrong. We might be wrong. I just find it sad that the story Ghost of Tsushima isn't really continued. That's the only sad part.
Today was an awful day for misogynistic racists. It only took gamers a matter of seconds to get upset about the Ghost of Tsushima sequel having a female protagonist. They're already attacking Erika, who plays Atsu, and I thought the whole trailer was just insanely cool.
The problem is, Ghost of Tsushima is a fairly masculine game. You have established a vastly male audience, which means that the sequel should have a male main character, or a character that appeals to the male audience. With that, you are pushing away your core audience, which makes the game fail. Also, it's interesting. You call the right racist towards Asians. Aren't you usually racist towards Asians? It's just a question.
There's also been some complaints about the graphics in the trailer being too similar to Ghost of Tsushima, quite possibly one of the most beautiful video games to ever exist.
I mean, it's an art style, so that makes no sense. That complaint is useless.
What more do you want? Why aren't you ever happy?
Probably because the entertainment industry keeps giving us stuff like this.
Is he or they with us?
And we can't take it anymore.
These people come out like clockwork. Literally, has Sucker Punch gone woke, new female protagonist, all the buzzwords they want to get people's attention with. This guy mentions that the new protagonist is female like 10 different times in this video.
Now, while all of this reporting has been true, that people are in fact worried about the game's female lead and are worried that it's going to be woke.
Because the narrative now is that female character is woke is created by game developers and game journalists. It's like saying I have a stalker. It's like saying I post myself on OnlyFans and now I have a stalker. Yo, you shouldn't have a stalker, but you created a circumstance. It's like female characters shouldn't be considered woke, but they are now because you created those circumstance. This circumstance. It really is that simple. They don't see that. I love female protagonists. They're great female characters. I love the female characters in Xenoblade. I love the female characters in The Witcher. I think they're great. The Tales of female characters. What else? The female characters in Pokemon are really cool. Makes you think. Where is it coming from? why it is the way it is.
I think that there is a deliberate misunderstanding taking place here as to where those fears and concerns are coming from. And largely, this negative reaction so clearly boils down to the fact that people are so used to political messaging in everything that they consume and see these days, that when they come into contact with something that even a little bit resembles it, they have a knee-jerk reaction. And in this case, that includes the perception that the original game's male protagonist has been replaced now with a female protagonist, the personal behavior...
The simple pattern recognition. It literally just comes down to pattern recognition. The game doesn't have to be woke. The character could be great. However, it's pattern recognition. Wolfenstein, male lead replaced by a female lead. Gears of War, male lead mostly, just male lead replaced by a woman. We see the pattern. It is, if it was a sequel, like a spin-off around the same time, it would look a little different, but it's a sequel.
behavior and opinions.
And the reason it's a sequel is because what's the word? Like spin-off wouldn't make the same money.
Of the game's lead actress, Erika Ishii, I think that's how that's pronounced. Some of the perceived political opinions of those working on the game, and the overall fatigue and frustration associated with diversity and inclusion and representation being forced into everything. But you know what won't give you fatigue? Filling your tummy with delicious food, which is why today's video is sponsored by HelloFresh.
Nyong.
People shouldn't hate Ghost of Yotei as a game because of the lead actress's behavior in her personal life. The lead actress slash protagonist being Erika Ishii, who is gay and very active in the LGBT community, has expressed interest in people using all pronouns for her, so I don't know, I guess she's like gender fluid or something like that.
I mean, it's water, gender fluid. Yeah.
And really hates Trump supporters. This, of course, has led to a lot of criticism and concern. So with this in mind, the writer of the...
It really doesn't matter if I support Trump or not, which is why I'm gonna get to say anything, because I can vote for anybody in there.
This article expresses that the hate for Ghost of Yotei is baseless and unnecessary.
Though I think financially would probably be the better decision. Financially. Character-wise, I don't know, but financially probably be the best decision.
If it's entirely based on Ishii's personal sentiments. He writes, the game exists independently of their personal life, and that boundary should be respected. Ah, I see we're doing a they-them thing. How progressive. You know, when I see this kind of thing, it makes me really curious about the motivation behind referring to somebody as a they-them when they've expressly stated that they're perfectly fine being called a woman and having people use female pronouns. Why do you pick the weird thing?
No, not this time. It's totally made up.
Because it is the politically right thing to do, pretty much.
Stop trying to make non-binary happen. It's not going to happen.
Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
I won't lie, I do miss the days when she's were she's and he's were he's and theys were a collective group of people. Stop this. Anyway, the reality is this writer is correct in part. An actor or actress.
Hot take. Non-binary can't exist. Because, and here's a good point, it would technically invalidate the existence of trans people. Because trans people technically want to be either or, which means that male or female technically are its own category. Because you say you were born in the wrong body, or like, yeah, pretty much. So technically, non-binary couldn't technically work. It's like the same with like pansexuality. Where you say you aren't like, you love all genders, but that doesn't work because technically you can't like be attracted to somebody's brain in a sense. Which is, they also try to deconstruct being like attracted to men as a man or being attracted to women as a woman, because they even have started to not like being able to like identify what a lesbian is or like a gay man. It's weird.
Actress can be an
It
absolute
ruins my
garbage
brain.
person politically in either direction, depending on which way you swing, but still do a phenomenal job at their craft. The problem is, and I think this is what's being missed here, more often than not, when someone is aggressively left-wing especially, that tends to make its way into the entertainment that they're creating. Because if they are this active politically in their personal lives, they almost see it as their primary objective to be this political in everything else that they do. And then they get really mad when they realize that the vast majority of people probably don't agree with them and then express that disagreement on the internet. I don't know, you'd think they would have learned by now. The thing is, we've seen this actor-actress political manifestation play out time and time again in so many different projects as things become more diversity and inclusion driven. Ishii has made statements about abolishing the police.
Abolish the police. It is unconscionable, I didn't pronounce that right, to allow this racist institution that terrorizes the citizens they are sworn to protect. Abolish the police. If you abolish the police, who are you going to call if somebody's trying to hurt you? Not the police, because they don't exist.
And essentially said that those who support Trump also support fascism, racism, and homophobia.
Buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. Buzzwords. They don't mean anything. Racism doesn't mean anything, because technically now everyone is racist. You, me, left, right, we're all racist, just in different forms. Homophobia. Even the left is homophobic, if you don't agree with them. So that goes out of the window as well. Not only for... Also, it's funny how, you know, they make all these, like, test videos on, like, how, like, leftists react and how, Trump supporters react. When you, like, you say, like, you're like, gay, but you're, like, no, but you're black, but you'll, for example, vote for Trump. How the leftists treat you. And when you say you're like, go to them and, like, go to Trump supporters as a black person and say you vote for Trump, they're, like, really welcoming and stuff. So it's interesting to see that. Also, fascism, that word doesn't not mean anything, literally, also, because if you don't agree with me, you're a fascist. It doesn't matter from which side it comes. You could also not be... You could literally not be a Trump supporter, still be against the leftist side, and still be racist, homophobic, and fascist. Which is interesting to see.
Wow, very original. Haven't heard that one before. And then everyone clapped. Ooh, wow, so clever. And
No, stunning and brave.
once again, even if we disagree with Ishii's viewpoints, and even if we assume that she's changed some of her positions since 2020 when these tweets were made, which is obviously very unlikely, but I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, it is correct to say that her opinions and personal beliefs largely shouldn't play a role in the entertainment that she creates. But the likelihood of that actually being the case is unfortunately extremely slim, especially when you consider that other people at Sucker Punch who are working on this game are also pronouns in bio kind of people. So there's that too. Part of the issue here too is that
I think this game's gonna flop.
our mate Erica is seemingly already showing disdain for people with whom she disagrees politically, but also people who've had a negative response to the game. I know, right? Shocking. When this game was initially announced, many people found themselves blocked by the actress without even knowing who she was and without having ever interacted with her. Some people even commented they found themselves blocked even after they defended her online. I will slightly defend this by saying that I too am quite hot lot on the block button these days, particularly on Twitter, because I am of the opinion that you can criticize somebody or you can disagree with them in a way that is respectful or joking or getting your point across without being revolting. But as soon as you're revolting or I see you being revolting to somebody else, I'm gonna block you. I
Agree. This is why I carefully tailor my community. You are allowed to say any opinion you want. Any. Left wing, right wing, centrist, I don't care. As long as you're being respectful and you're not calling somebody bad words. Well, I do call somebody bad words if you're like really dumb. If you are disrespectful, I'm gonna be disrespectful back, obviously. But yeah, that's my personal point. And I will block you. I've muted a lot of people on this channel already because I said no. You can disagree with me, but if you're going to insult me, or like you're purposely ignoring what I'm saying, or you're calling me a bigot for stating something obvious, which is technically not bigoted, I'm gonna send you into the Shadow Realm. I don't care.
I'm just gonna do it. Call me weak-willed and a baby person, if you will, but I think I've been doing this for long enough to know that being insulted in this large a supply just isn't for me. I won't block my long-term reply guys though, because I think they're some of my biggest fans. Some of these people have been around for years. Just admit it. You love me. Then I love you too. Overall point being, people are observing this woman's behavior, her political opinions, the political opinions of the people at Sucker Punch, and the inclusion of a female protagonist, and arriving at the conclusion that this game is going to be more of the same. More girl boss bullshit, more overly leftist storylines, and
like I said, it is pattern recognition. You see this and you already know what's going on.
something that will never live up to the standard that was Ghost of Tsushima. So with all of this in mind, let's
so
address
sad.
this female protagonist issue that seems to have people very, very heated. While I personally don't find female protagonists to be an issue most of the time, I can understand the people who do, and I can understand in this case specifically why people are very upset by this. My friend and fellow YouTuber Endymion went viral after he tweeted his disappointment when he saw that the Ghost of Yote's lead was a woman. He expressed that he was over the girl bossiness, so to speak, being shoved down everyone's throats.
Yeah, you see, he also brought up the point. Let me go back. He also brought it up. Let me go back. Here. Ghost of Tsushima sequel stars a Japanese woman samurai warrior because of course it does. They can't help themselves until every franchise that's built on masculinity is replaced by women. And you have to admit Ghost of Tsushima is a fairly masculine game. Just like Gears of War was a fairly masculine game. Just like other games were fairly masculine. And if you try to reverse that and appeal to an audience that simply does not exist, it just does not exist. You cannot give a primarily male audience a female protagonist. That does not work. Because they cannot identify with it anymore. If you made like a game series based completely on Africa and black people, replacing the black main character with a white main character would cause the same fucking issue. You can't have a game series that revolves about gay people and replace gay characters with straight characters in the next sequel. You are alienating you are pushing away your consumer base. I think you're trying what I'm getting to get at. Not everything has to be for everyone. If you want to make a game series only focused on women and on a female audience, you can do that. If you're making a game series completely focused on queer people, you can do that. If you want to make a game series completely focused on men, you should be able to do that. It is okay. It's very simple. I'm gonna be back real quick. Like, it is very simple. You don't need to do that. Super simple.
Shoved down everyone's throats. This is also what led to that former Sony exec tweeting that if people don't like the game, then don't buy it.
Okay, so let me get that straight. When people don't like a game, and they don't buy it, then it's the gamer's fault for a game failing. That doesn't make any sense. You said we shouldn't buy it, so if we buy it, don't buy it, you should not complain.
Okay, challenge accepted. Endymion also made a video discussing this issue where he said that while he doesn't necessarily have a problem with good female leads, he prefers to play as male characters most of the time. And I will link that video in the description box if you guys are interested in watching it yourself.
Just like me, I like to play male characters. Except when I can make myself a female character. Then I actually do like to play as a female character, because they usually look better.
That's
Funny.
what you should do. It's quite good. Now, to be perfectly clear, it is completely fine to feel this way. Shocking, I know. People have preferences. Gamers have preferences. Who would have thought? I wouldn't say I typically have a preference here because I am perfectly fine to play as the giant muscular men, because why wouldn't I want that? But by the same token, I'm also completely cool designing cute little girl characters to play as, and I usually do that when I have the opportunity.
I play mostly female characters. When I can make my character, because I can make them hot. That's realistically the only reason why I do it.
And, you know, when I play Far Cry 5 for the 9,000th time, I will make Rook a woman once again, and then pretend that she's running around getting bitten by cougars and, you know, drop-kicking cultists. As God intended. But here's where I land on people being cross about this specific issue. Before diversity and inclusion invaded everything that we know and love, lots of video games did feature both male and female.
It's like interesting. This wasn't the problem with the first Horizon Zero Dawn. Did anybody ever see outrage about the first Horizon Zero Dawn? I don't think so. Which makes you think this is a new thing, that reaction to female characters in video games. That is a new thing. People never had a problem up until then with female leads. It only became a problem once it became pattern recognition for DEI.
Female protagonists, and when a female was introduced, people didn't really think anything of it. Lots of video games have created new and different characters as a series has progressed and become more complex, and again, people didn't think anything of it. I think the ambivalence towards a character's sex is probably more normal than abnormal. I don't personally have an issue with a female lead in a game, and honestly, on the face of it, I don't think many other gamers do.
Xenoblade. It's interesting how there was no outrage about her being a woman if men don't like women, and I can definitely tell that game has a primarily male audience. Looking at the main character.
Either. But I think the issue here, much like with Hollywood films and shows, female protagonists are being shoved into games for no other reason than greater representation, and that becomes really obvious in the way the character is written and the things she does. So her position in a game is no longer because she's a cool new character who just happens to be female, but because she's designed to push some sort of message about representation and inclusion.
That's the same problem people have with Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed Shadows. It is basically, we only got Yasuke not because he's like a super important character to the story and they really want they really want to tell a Yasuke story, which basically he has no story. He's basically just a trophy, pretty much. For back then, as far as I've understood, Yasuke is only in that game for representation. I don't like that. I don't like that. Cause I can bet that character is going to be written really bad.
Conclusion. And I want to make this point as well, but I'm not really sure where it fits, so I'm just gonna like, mush it in here. I saw a lot of discussion around the parallels with this game and the 2023 series called Blue-Eyed Samurai. It appears some people who believe Ghost of Yotei will be bad because it lacks like historical accuracy and features a female samurai, seemingly loved the 2023 show, which features a female warrior called Mizu on her quest to kill a bunch of people. I'll be vague because I don't want to spoil it. I confess, even I initially thought it was going to be more artificially strong woman girl boss bullshit, but I was honestly completely wrong. It ended up being so well executed, and Mizu as a character was so well written. On that front, I think Mizu and her story demonstrated that it's not necessarily female leads that people hate. It's the fact that girl bosses tend to ignore every—
Like I said, it's pattern recognition. You start to see like red flags. And one of the red flags is male protagonist gets replaced by female protagonist. That is pretty much the red flag.
Every storytelling staple that make a good character. An article by Brandon Morse of Red State explained why it's harder but worth it to write good female action heroes. He argues that these female characters need to be portrayed differently to succeed. While a woman can be a skilled swordsman, for example, perhaps even better than her male counterparts, her journey to that skill is more challenging due to her physical limitations. This hardship makes her triumph even more powerful. However, modern storytelling avoids showing female characters as weaker, missing an opportunity to highlight their strength through struggle. Blue-Eyed Samurai, for example, handled this extremely well with Mizu, depicting her painful journey, embracing her womanhood, and showing her as a true warrior and not just a basic girl boss. And I think this summary is honestly more or less true.
Yeah, that's why nobody liked Rey from the Star Wars sequels. Same problem.
Regrettably, because we have been exposed to a ton of political messaging and wokeness in video games, particularly as of late, there is a hair-trigger knee-jerk reaction to seeing a female protagonist that is sometimes, if we're being honest, kinda undeserved. And it's sad that this issue has become a cultural power.
Yeah, undeserved? Sure. Red flag? Depends on the situation. New franchise, female character? Careful. Okay? Careful. Not get too stressed out about it. Probably will be fine. Female character, main character, in a franchise, for a sequel that was for a main game that was before that a man, red flag. Just how it is nowadays.
Outer keg, because as I've said previously and in a ton of other videos, there is always room to tell a great female-led story. I can also understand in this case why a lot of people feel disappointment that we won't see the continuation of Jin Sakai's story in the new Ghost game, and why they feel he was sidelined to shoehorn in another female-led story. Honestly, we don't know why this decision was made, but I do think it is a sign of the times that people automatically assume the worst of intentions, because that's the stage that has been set for all of us. The bottom line here, in my opinion, is that there is nothing fundamentally wrong with bringing on a new protagonist, and there's also nothing fundamentally wrong with that protagonist being female. Ghost of Tsushima was extremely well executed as a game, and it's why people are likely having such a strong reaction to this next one, because we've been built up and let down again and again with sequels that undermine the excellence of the initial game or creation.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. That is what happened. That is what is happening.
Despite all of our many reservations, based on what we know about the original game, and based on this alone, there is no real reason to believe that Ghost of Yotei will be terrible. And personally, I'm actually kind of looking forward to this a little bit. Despite all the controversy here and the nonsense and the crap.
Again, careful. The red flag has been put up.
that goes along with everything in these entertainment spaces. I really do hope that this is a good game, and I hope that not only me, but everybody who likes this kind of game actually enjoys it. I genuinely really hope that it lives up to the hype of the original game, and I also hope that it does well this female lead, as well as telling a really great story.
I do hope so as well. I do in fact hope so as well, because Ghost of Tsushima was really good. It was a really good game. However, most AAA games now are kind of in the mud, kind of the trenches. So careful, very careful, very careful.
Ultimately, it is really sad that Western game developers in particular have traumatized players to the extent that each and every game is scrutinized this much. But in the end, I firmly believe that this is yet another case of you reap what you sow. And I hope that Sucker Punch is smart enough to do right by fans rather than invest in political messaging. Now, before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder, check out HelloFresh using the link in the description. I've actually used HelloFresh, and I had done so long before they contacted me for this sponsorship, but it's a pretty cool opportunity now to take advantage of their free breakfast items. Now, I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Are you somebody who believes that this is a complete overreaction to the...
Okay, so here's my opinion, okay? It is... I wouldn't say it's an overreaction, because the red flag of like replacing the male character has been shown. I hope that it is going to be a good game. I hope that it will succeed because it is a good game. If it's not a good game, I guess, well, rip Ghost of Tsushima. I guess that's what's gonna happen. But anyways, we'll just have to wait, see more, see dialogue, see the game, see the gameplay, and yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see. But yeah, guys, I think it's gonna be the end for me, because I am kind of done for today, which means that yeah, it is what it is. Again, we have to wait. We have to wait and see what's gonna come of this. Obviously, we don't know. I hope so that we will find out though. What we're gonna get. Like I said before, it's gonna be really difficult to like make sure that this game's actually gonna do well, which again we do not know. Let me turn the music down real quick, because this might be a bit too loud. Yeah, that does well. Thank you. But yeah, guys, that's gonna be it for me today, and I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.